y'all just the right amount for y'all to have everything that you need to go back there and find the defendant guilty of capital murder. But it will take some time to develop it. There'll be people from Dallas Police Department, Dallas Fire and Rescue. There'll be experts on cell phone mapping, cell phone extraction. You'll see financial records. You'll hear from the FBI. You're going to hear from the ATF. You're going to hear from Ms. Noble. And what I want you to remember was yesterday, from those of you that had board ire yesterday, 2 days ago, for those of you who had it 2 days ago, was I want you to remember that puzzle that Ms. Biggins put up and talked about the pieces. And I think it's important. I don't typically like to use that example, but in this case, more than any other, I think it's important. Because you're going to hear a lot of evidence that at the moment might not make sense to you. And that's okay. Just know that if it's being brought forward, it's being brought forward for a reason. So over the next week, week and a half, know that every piece we bring, every witness, it will tie in at the end. And I'm just asking that you be patient with us and know that we have a lot to get through in the years that came before this and the investigation that took place in November of 2020 and the following investigation afterwards.
This is clogged arteries. This is clogged arteries. This is clogged artery.
You will have no doubt that it was the defendant that day. And that after he killed Melvin Noble, Bubba, he went and burned up his clothes. A week later, he tries to get out of town. You're going to hear from him on a call where he talks about just being paid $20,000. And ultimately, when he speaks to Detective Barnes, who's a task force officer with the ATF, and he sits down with Mr. White, you're going to hear that unprovoked, when asked about why does he think Melvin Noble was killed, he's going to bring up Yella, Beezy and the beef. Because he knows. Now, he will distance himself from his involvement, but you're going to see text messages. You're going to see videos. You're going to see interviews. When we talk about those pieces of the puzzle, and as you put them together, as this all comes together, there's going to be only one just verdict. And I want you to remember those questions about who would you hire? Why would you hire them? And when you watch some of these videos, who would do an act like this? And what would cause a person to do this in broad daylight with no regard for anybody else on that highway and who else they may injure? At the end of this, we're going to ask that you return the only just verdict in this case. I think verdict guilty on capital murder. Thank you.
Thank you. The defense wish to make a note.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
May it please the court. Counsel. If there's one thing that we can agree on, it's that no one likes to be used. No one likes to be misled. And the evidence that the state is going to present to you is going to have you, the jurors, making leaps of faith. But I submit to you that this is not a church. This is a courtroom. And the law demands evidence. You're going to see that the state's case is riddled with speculations, assumptions, and flawed conclusions. Now, in Board Hour, we talked to you a lot about beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's burden. They bought the indictment. They have to prove it. It's their capital murder case that is on trial. What are they going to be able to prove to you? It is not for you to use your imagination to help bridge the gap of their evidence. It is for you to demand that they bring you the evidence and close the gaps for you. Now you're gonna hear, and I agree with the state, you're gonna hear lots of information. But amassing information does not mean that the state has proven its case. You're gonna hear about videos, social media, associations, friendships, rivalries, enemies. You're gonna hear about rap lyrics, cars. I submit to you, you're gonna hear a lot of information. But that doesn't mean the state has proven its case. This feud goes back to 2017. And Melvin Noble, who was the decedent, was initially the instigator of this feud. And you're gonna hear information or evidence that he was upset that he was not included in a song called Six Pick that other local rappers from Dallas was included in. And this is how it all gets started. And you're gonna hear that Melvin Noble had many people that didn't like him. And based on his rap lyrics, you're gonna hear that he had many people that he antagonized. And just like the state said, Trapper Freddie was one of them. You're also gonna hear, ladies and gentlemen, about credible witnesses. We talked about that. You're gonna hear some personal witnesses that it's gonna be incumbent that you use your independent judgment, because each of you independently have to decide the facts of this case. And I want you to question your motivations. What do they have to gain? What do they have to lose? Because that's gonna be highly important here. You're also gonna hear, and I want to spend a little bit of time on Detective Barnes. He's the lead investigator on this case. And he's gonna tell you that he's been looking into this because there's been several shootings and several homicides connected to the Dallas rap scene. And he had a lot of unsolved murders related to this case on his desk. The problem with that is that as he started to amass this accumulation of evidence, this 20 terabytes, this shift in his investigation of evidence was shown. Stopped being what does the evidence prove, and it started being the statement, let me make all this evidence fit into my theory. And that's where you come in. That's where they want you to come in. To make the untethered, disconnected, and flawed conclusions connect for them. They want you to speculate and make assumptions. But every time you speculate, remember we talked about the presumption of innocence? That erodes Mr. Wright's presumption of innocence every time you speculate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear a lot about this case. We ask that you keep an open mind. We ask that you always think of his presumption of innocence. We ask that if every time you speculate, say, what is the state trying to prove to me, and what is it really inferring? What do they want me to infer? What is the evidence really showing? Because that's important here. Because they're going to want you to interpret rap lyrics from years before. They're going to want you to interpret phone conversations. They're going to say that associations just by meeting up is a connection. Simple things. People who have known each other since high school, years, just because they met up one day. That's going to be indicative of something that related to this capital murder. You will see that all the evidence, whether it's the text messages, photographs, phone calls, communications, meetups, associations, in their eyes, their theory has become totally focused, and everything in Detective Bourne's eyes and in the state's eyes has now confirmed that a capital murder has found, and this is why we're here. But we ask you not to let them do that. Not to let them speculate, not to let them use this untethered information. After you hear all the evidence, and I submit you'll probably be here 2 weeks, we're going to stand before you and we're going to ask that you find Mr. White not guilty of capital murder. because the state will not be able to prove its case with credible, reliable, and trustworthy evidence that anyone, Marquise Conway, specifically that's named in the indictment, gave Keyone White payment or promise to payment, or promise for payment for Melvin Noble's death. And all the evidence that the state has is mere speculation, assumptions, and flawed conclusions for remuneration. We're gonna ask you find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Does he decide which to invoke the rule?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense would invoke the rule at this time.
Okay. All right, both sides are instructed to tell their witnesses, both their witnesses on the list, potential witnesses, not to remain in the courtroom while testimony is going on, and not to discuss each other's testimony with anybody, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is anybody to call their first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State would call Ms. Nicole Noble.
Yes, sir. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. You nervous?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind just introducing yourself to this jury and spelling your name to the court reporter?
My name is Nicole Noble, that's Nichole, last name Noble. I'm the mother of Melvin Noble.
The advantages of investing in the necessity sector compared to other types of sector investments like tech or AI, entertainment, is those are optional. And those are sometimes unproven, and they're highly susceptible to changes in the macroeconomic world. If you have inflation and people are cutting back on their monthly expenses, they'll stop traveling. They'll stop buying technology that's
You need to take a second. I know. Why are you nervous this morning?
This has been a long time coming.
And again, if you need to take a break, compose yourself, that's perfectly fine. And I just want to kind of start with some of the basics. Where are you from?
We're from McKinney, Texas.
And when you say we're from McKinney, Texas, how many, do you have a husband? Are you married? Been married? Do you have kids? Tell me a little bit about your family.
I have an ex-husband,
Okay.
Melvin's dad, but I am the mother of two. I have two boys. Melvin was my oldest. I also have a youngest son that's still with us,
And what's his name?
Corey Simpson.
And as far as your ex, not trying to bring that up, but what was his name?
Melvin Senior, Melvin Noble Senior.
Okay, and so Melvin, who we're going to be talking about during this trial, he was a junior.
Yes.
What was Melvin's birthday?
He was born May 31st, 1992.
And I know I've been referring to him as Melvin Noble, and I said MO3, but what did you call him as his mother?
I call him the Melvin, but the whole family, he's Bubba. He's Uncle Bubba, he's Bubba to the family, but he's Lil Melvin to me forever.
And just, if you wouldn't mind, I know this church heard a little bit just from opening statements about what he did professionally, but can you tell us a little bit about how Melvin got into rap? How did that career take off? Like, when did he begin rapping or singing?
I would say he was born into music, so he's been singing all his life. He could hold 2-part harmonies at the age of 2, but rapping, I would say maybe about 7, 8. I can remember him.
That day on the freeway, was that the extent of what you could provide?
Yes.
And this was in Dallas County, correct?
Correct.
And that's in the state of Texas.
Yes.
So you want to start a podcast, but you're not sure how. Riverside's got you covered. First, go to riverside.com and open an account. And when you're ready to record, just hit the record.
I'll pass it with you, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hopkins, on the video that we just watched, at least in the video that we just watched, you are driving in the far left lane, right?
Correct.
And the black car is in the middle lane,
Yes.
and that black car stops, is what we saw, right?
Yes.
And it appears that you stop, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're there for a few seconds, and then you continue to drive, is that right?
That's right.
And in the video that we just watched, you drove off.
I was like, okay, they like him, so.
As part of this investigation, so I can't call every witness at the same time. I'm putting this person on now because there's so many witnesses. And he searched his house pursuant to a search warrant in regards to the investigation of the death of Melvin Noble. Therefore, it is relevant to this jury because it was part of the search in this case.
And may I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
So the location that this law.
Ms. Jackson, would you raise your right hand? All right, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you out?
I do.
Thank you. Stay there, you see.
Thank you, Robert. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jocelyn Jackson, JOCYLYNN,
And can you introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them who you are.
I'm Jocelyn,
What do you do for work?
insurance,
How long have you been doing insurance?
4 years.
And do you have children?
Yes,
How many children do you have?
I have 2 boys,
How old are they?
13 and 11.
What's the name of your 13-year-old?
Trey,
And your 11-year-old?
Duke.
Now, Jocelyn, did you want to be here today?
No,
In fact, you have to be subpoenaed to come here. Is that right?
correct.
Have you been harassed about being here today
Yes,
by the state or other people?
other people.
Your boys, are they pretty active?
Yes,
What do they do?
they play football.
Both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other sports?
No.
Did you grow up here in the DFW area?
Yes, I did.
What part did you grow up in?
I'm from North Park.
North Park?
It's like North Dallas area.
And what high school did you go to?
I went to Lancaster High School
When did you graduate?
in 2012.
Do you roughly remember some of the folks that you went to high school with?
Yes,
Your oldest son, Trey, is that his real name or is that a nickname?
that's his nickname,
What's his real name?
Devin.
And is he named after his father?
Yes, ma'am.
What's his father's name?
Devin
And his last name?
Brown.
How'd you meet Devin Brown?
Through a mutual friend
Do you remember when y'all met?
in 2011.
So would that have been roughly after you had graduated high school or right before?
I think, no, I graduated first, but I met him after I graduated. So I take that back. It was 2011 when I graduated.
How'd you meet?
Through his friend.
Who were those friends, if you remember?
His name was Florida.
What was that?
His name was Florida.
Florida?
Mhm.
Okay. What do you know Devin as, or what do you call Devin?
Chicago,
Why do you call Devin Chicago?
because he's from Chicago.
Pretty self-explanatory, right?
Yes.
So when y'all met, did y'all start a relationship soon after?
Yeah, you can say that. Yes.
What would you call it?
We was. I guess it was a relationship.
Okay. How was that relationship in the beginning?
It was good, like any other relationship. It was cool.
And at some point you find out that you were pregnant with your son?
Yes.
And how was your relationship during your pregnancy?
It wasn't really good
Why is that?
because it was just drama. He had an ex-girlfriend that he was talking to. It was just a lot of drama, and we just used to get into it.
But y'all stayed together enough to have a second child, is that right?
Correct.
You had Duke 2 years after you had Trey?
3 years in 2015.
At some point, did y'all decide to stop seeing each other?
I decided to stop talking to him in 2018, July 2018,
Why was that?
because we used to fight a lot,
Was
like
it-
physical fight, get into it, hit each other, fight.
How did you end up ending that relationship?
I moved. It was the end of my lease term in my townhome, and I just moved, and I didn't tell him where I stayed at for like 6 months. And I just stopped talking to him, like just cold turkey.
During this time, were y'all at least communicating about your kids?
I was trying to communicate to him about my kids. I was trying to get him to assist with like daycare and stuff like that, but it wasn't. We wasn't like talking like that. He was no.
Enough where you didn't even want to let him know where you live. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, did y'all start talking again and trying to co-parent the boys?
Yes, we started talking probably. I moved again after that to the place that I was at, and we started talking again. But I mean, like pretty much our co-parenting relationship wasn't like it wasn't a healthy co-parenting relationship. So
Explain what that, if there was a co-parenting relationship, I mean, what that even was.
it was more so of me trying to get him to help financially with my kids. We will always have falling outs about that. Him getting them, him seeing them more, being more active. That was the type of co-parenting relationship we had. Like I was always upset about him not doing something or stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was a co-parenting relationship where I can call him and, it wasn't a good co-parenting relationship.
Would he provide some financial support or none at all?
He was sometimes when he wanted to.
What about the boys? Did he ever make time to go see them?
Yeah, he saw them sometimes when he wanted to.
Was it
When it was convenient for him.
was that on a consistent basis?
No.
How often, maybe a month, would he see the boys?
I can't say. Not a lot. It wasn't a lot. I had them majority of the time.
What was your relationship with Devin like in 2020?
Same stuff. Arguments about getting the kids, arguments about helping financially. It was the same stuff.
Were y'all on speaking terms or not really?
We was on speaking terms sometimes if he didn't make me mad about something, or if I feel like he didn't do something that I needed him to do. But as far as like talking, no, we didn't really communicate with each other like that.
Trey, your oldest son, when's his birthday?
November the 1st.
November 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember if you had a birthday party for Trey November 1st of 2020?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Or maybe a joint birthday party for the boys?
We never did joint.
Okay. Do you remember if he did anything with Trey for his birthday back in November 1st of 2020?
I think he bought him a hoverboard, but as far as like a party, no, I don't remember. I don't. It's so long ago. I don't.
At some point in 2020, did you start seeing other people?
Yes.
Who were you talking with November 2020?
MO3.
And MO3, you know him as Melvin Noble?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you call him?
Momo.
How did you and Momo meet?
We met on social media, on Facebook.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
Like 2017.
So y'all known each other for years.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So Facebook, that's prior to trying to date now. How did y'all introduce each other on Facebook?
I think we was in a Facebook group called Keys to the Streets, and I don't know, even remember how. I think he inboxed me or inboxed my mom. He inboxed my mom first, then he inboxed me. We exchanged numbers, and that's how we began to talk.
What was it like in 2017? I mean, were y'all meeting up with each other then, or how?
No, we wasn't meeting up. We were just on the phone talking sporadically. I call him, he'll call me, we'll talk, chat. That was it.
What were your conversations like with him?
Just talk about stuff on social media.
And did that relationship grow over the years?
No, well, when you say grow, what do you mean by that?
Well, how did you get from maybe talking on the phone every now and then to something more serious?
We didn't start talking serious until 2020.
Do you remember when? Is that the month?
July? I don't remember.
And what made you decide to finally start talking to him seriously?
We had each other on Snap. I was selling plates, and he wanted a plate, so he came and bought a plate. He came to my mama's house. He bought a plate. We talked for like a long time, and then it went from there.
You remember the kind of things that y'all used to talk about?
To test something out. So I had started selling plates to try to see if I can make money selling plates. That particular time I made like some chicken, mac and cheese, some yams. But it was just like a little test run. It wasn't something that I was doing for a long time. I was just like, I'm gonna see if I can sell plates. And so, yeah.
And then when he came over to come get that plate, y'all ended up talking for a long time.
Yes.
And how did your relationship progress over the months?
We started going out and stuff, going bowling, hanging out. He would come to my house, and play Connect Four with my family.
Did you
And they'll
like
be,
Connect Four?
Yeah, he was real good at Connect Four. So during that time, it was like a Connect Four war between him and my family. So he'll come over there, play Connect Four, take their money. It was just a big thing. So, and then I think that's really how we ended up talking for real, because I seen how he interacted with my family, and I don't really bring people around them like that. So I was like, okay, they like him, so cool.
And when you say Connect Four, I mean, we're talking about that old school
Mhm.
with the little circles. One team is red, one team is yellow.
Yeah,
He was really good at that Connect Four.
yeah, he was good at it.
Did you ever play with him?
I wasn't good, no.
You-
I wasn't interested in playing Connect Four. I wasn't good at it.
And you said you come over and talk to your family. You have a big family?
I do.
Okay. How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have one brother and I have 3 sisters.
And in fact, y'all have the same first initial. Is that right?
Correct.
That how did that start? Like, how all y'all have the same first initial?
My daddy name is James Jackson, so we all got J's in our name.
I want to talk about, you know, we're here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about November 10th. Okay, this is the day before Melvin was murdered. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did y'all have plans to see each other that day?
Yes, we had plans the day before. He was telling me that he was flying down to come see me. He was in California. He said he was going to come to my house when he left from California.
Do you remember what he was doing in California?
Music stuff, from my knowledge, music stuff.
And November 10th, do you happen to remember that was a Tuesday?
It was.
About what time did he come to your house on November 10th?
He came early. I think it was about 11 o'clock probably. It was during the day. It was early.
And did he end up staying until the following day?
Yes.
Do you remember what y'all were doing day of November 10th?
We was talking. We was just, I really don't even remember. We was talking. I know I cooked that night, but talking, just chilling, nothing.
He ended up staying the night with you?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly about what time he left on November 11th?
I'm gonna say it was around noon when he left, 11ish or noonish when he left.
And were your boys with you?
Yes, they was.
And it was COVID time, so were they in school or they were being schooled through the computer?
They was doing school virtually.
How did your boys like Melvin?
They liked him. They was starstruck. They liked him.
Now, at some point, your oldest son Trey did he ask you if he could go see his dad?
Yes, he did. Well, he asked if his dad can pick him up.
And did you allow that to happen?
No.
Why not?
Because I hadn't talked to his dad in a few months, and I was just to the point where I was like, you know, either be helped with them or you not. So I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, so he can't see y'all. He can't pick y'all up.
So had you been in the boys' lives or seen them recently?
No.
This was kind of out of the blue?
Yes.
Did you have, at that time, did you have regular visits with Devin?
No.
Were you and Devin directly communicating at that time?
No.
How, if y'all were communicating, how would y'all communicate?
Through my son.
So, your son Trey, he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And so if you needed to get in touch with Devin, would you use Trey's cell phone to talk with him?
Yes.
And how old was Trey in November 11th of 2020? How old was he back then?
He was 8 years old.
And you said that Melvin left your apartment around noon?
Yes.
What do you recall happening next after he left?
My sister called me probably like 30 minutes later, and she was like, what?
Your day-to-day covered with Base 44 super agents. Your life is chaotic.
What was going through your mind when you found that out?
I just knew it was just something fishy. Like, I just knew that it was something fishy. I was sad, I was angry.
Did he seem like he was in fear of his life while he was with you, November 10th through November 11th?
No, he never seemed like he was in fear of his life when he was with me.
And you said it seemed like it was something fishy. Why would you think that?
Objection, speculation.
It's your own personal thoughts around it.
If you know.
Hmm?
If you know, the answer to that question, if you're going to guess, then don't.
What?
What was the question?
Why did you think that there was something fishy surrounding his death?
Okay, and my instruction to you is, if you know, then you can answer.
Because he was leaving my house and I just felt like somebody had something to do with it.
Did a lot of people know where you lived?
No,
Why is that?
I didn't let people know where I live at.
At some point, did you or a family member contact police on November 11th?
I believe my mom contacted the police.
Did you speak to police that night?
Yes, ma'am.
What were your concerns?
I felt like my address was given out to someone. I felt like somebody had followed him from my house, or I felt like, anybody would think that was my concerns.
Were you aware of the public beef with MO3 and other artists?
I was.
You want to know my question? Well, actually, I'm gonna, hold on. Okay, you said you met with police officers on the night of November 11th, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was because you were concerned that someone knew where you lived?
I was concerned. I felt like that, can I say?
If it's your own personal knowledge,
I feel like my address was given out
why did you feel that way?
because don't nobody know where I stay at. I don't bring people to my house. And the only person that knows where I stay at is my kids dad. So I feel like my address was given out.
When you say your kids died, you're talking about Devin Brown?
Yes,
So you felt that Devin Brown had something to do with knowing that Melvin was at your house?
correct.
And why would you think that?
Because I asked my son, did his dad ask him about it?
Oh,
And hearsay.
It's her own, it's her, she just said, I asked my son.
right. Go ahead.
I asked my son, had he talked to his father, and if he asked if he was there, because he had been asking, can he take them out? So my intuition clicked, and that's the first thing that came to my mind.
And did you actually see Trey's phone?
At the time, no, I don't remember, no.
You said that in Trey's phone, that's how you were communicating with Devin. Is that right?
I didn't communicate with him. I don't believe through his phone. When we wasn't on talking terms, I don't think I was reaching out to him during that time.
Did you later go to the Dallas Police Department and get interviewed by a detective, Chris Anderson?
Yes,
And did you remember bringing your phones, both your phone and your son's phone, to that interview?
I do.
And what was the point of doing that?
To show that I didn't have anything to do with it, and to show for the police to do whatever investigation they needed to do to rule me out.
Gun Mayor Coach?
You may.
Josh, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 732 and 735. These were the consent to search that you had signed with Detective Anderson, is that correct?
Correct.
And the date on here, the date is November 17th of 2020, is that correct? At 12:15?
Yes,
And do you recognize your signature on both pages?
I do.
And then one was for an iPhone 8. Do you recall if that was Trey's phone or your phone?
That was my son's phone.
And the iPhone 11, that was your phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 732 and 735 that have been previously tendered to defense.
And which phone does 732 go with it? So that iPhone 8 or 11?
iPhone 8 is for 732.
Thank you.
Objections to 732 and 735.
Thank you. State's Exhibits 732 and 735 are admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. And we you have a lot more on this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, that's.
Okay. All right, y'all can go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're not about to finish with this witness anytime soon with the state, so we're going to resume tomorrow at 8:30. Please y'all be here at 8:30, and we'll start as soon as possible, as you arrive, okay? Still under my instructions, do not go on social media. Everybody needs to sit down. I'm still addressing the jury. We're not to do any sort of social media research, just like I said before. Don't talk to each other, and we'll see you back here at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you.
All rise.
Can you make sure that what's supposed to be
Ms. Hopkins, is it fair you don't particularly want to be here today?
That's correct.
But you've been subpoenaed and we've met, I think, twice now, is that fair?
That's fair.
Well, I do appreciate you being here. I want to, just a couple of questions. Are you nervous?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions before we start getting into some things. Where are you from generally?
I'm from the Dallas area
Okay. And how long have you lived generally in this area?
since 1991.
Okay. And as far as your involvement on this case in which you've been brought down here for, it's really only regarding one part of this case, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Now, November of 2020, are you familiar with that date?
Yes.
And what were you doing on November 11th of 2020?
I was en route to car dealership.
And what roadway were you on en route to that car dealership?
From 20 to 35.
I-20 to I-35?
Yes,
And which direction did you take I-35, north or south?
north.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Hopkins, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and tendered to defense of State's Exhibit 45 and 46. Have you had an opportunity to review these prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
And does that show State's Exhibit 45 a zoomed out view of Dallas, and then State's 46 a zoomed in of the area you're going to testify about?
That's correct.
State would offer State's Exhibit 45 and 46 previously tendered to defense.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 45 and 46 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. Now, State's Exhibit number 45, zoomed out view of kind of southern Dallas County. Do you see that?
Yes,
And then on the left-hand side, we see a kind of a fork in the middle of two highways that come together.
Mhm.
Is that where 67 and 35 combine?
yes,
All right. You're on I-35 heading north, and this is November 11th, 2020. What did you observe that day, or did you observe anything?
Well, I observed, right when I was exiting 20 to get on 35, I noticed a black vehicle coming up, approaching pretty quickly behind me from like the DeSoto area.
And what time of day was this that you were on 35?
It had to been 10:30 or 11-ish, I
Okay.
think.
It was almost 6 years ago, right?
Yeah, I remember I had a car appointment, so I think it was at 11, so, or something like that, so,
Okay. Middle of the day.
yes.
Now, can you describe at that time, 35 I know is always under construction, but specifically at that time period, State's Exhibit 46 we see here, that is not, is that how the highway looked back in 2020 with clean roadways and
No,
everything?
no.
Okay. What was particularly going on in this area?
I know there was a lot of construction near the zoo area, right before the zoo. Marcellus on,
Okay. And so right here in the middle of State's Exhibit 46, we see Clarendon running from the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side of the screen. Does that sound right?
yes.
And as you were driving north approaching Clarendon, you see a black car in your rearview mirror. And describe for the jury what you saw it doing.
And I would
Well,
just, I'm so sorry, ma'am, excuse me, I would just object to the leading.
Sustained.
What did you see the black car doing?
Well, I noticed the black car right as I got on 35. At that point, when they were coming up pretty quickly, they were like changing lanes, trying to get over because there was 3 of us at first. And so the black car was trying to weave in and out of traffic. I heard the noise behind me and the black car was on the right side of me.
And when you say there was 3 of us, what was there a third car?
Right when I got on, when I noticed the black car. So that was what I know now to be.
I'm gonna object to what she knows now to be.
Sustained.
Okay. There was a gold car on the left, there was a truck in the middle, and then I was on the right-hand side, the far right.
And when you say you heard a noise, what did you think you heard?
I thought it was either a wreck or a blowout, or someone had a blowout.
Okay. And as you drive north on I-35, did you see any car act erratically like it had a blowout?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for.
It happened pretty quickly. I knew something was happening to the left of me, and then I saw the black car kind of catty-cornered to the right of me, and so they came to an abrupt stop, and that's when I thought either they had been hit or had a blowout.
And what did you do when that car came to a stop? And where were you?
We were probably right past the zoo, a couple of exits up from the zoo.
On the highway?
On the highway,
Okay.
yes.
So when they came to a complete stop, what did you do at that moment?
I came to a stop as well.
And where was your car located on? Were you on a shoulder or was there a shoulder?
I was in the middle lane.
Okay.
I was in the middle of the highway.
Middle of I-35?
Yes.
And what did you do when you stopped? What did you do?
I let down my passenger window.
Okay. And why did you do that?
I was trying to ask the person if they were okay.
Sure. Just make sure everything was.
Mm-hmm.
When you rolled down your window, did you speak to that person and check on them?
Yes.
And what happened when you did that?
Well, the person was exiting the vehicle. He was getting out and putting the mask over his face. And when I asked if he was okay, that's when they pointed the gun at me and told me to leave. The nice one.
Your Honor, if she may say what the person said to her.
You may.
He said, "Bitch, get the fuck out of here."
And did you see him? He had a mask, and did you notice anything else that he had?
He also had a gun.
Now, have you ever identified anybody or been asked to identify anybody in this case?
No.
When he said that to you, what did you do?
I left.
Your Honor, your approach.
Yes, you may.
Now, we've met previously and we've gone over some exhibits. Is that fair?
That's fair.
State's Exhibit number 44, do you recognize, or let me start with this. State's Exhibit 43, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is this the 911 call that you made?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 44, does this show what was going on the highway that day when you were driving?
Yes.
This professional 32 terabytes SSD, capable of holding the entire collection of the New York Public Library, is something you won't find at Best Buy or any electronics retailer.
State's Exhibit 748, 749, and 750. Do those come from what's in State's Exhibit 7, or excuse me, do those come from what's in State's Exhibit 44? State's Exhibit 748, 49, 749, and 750 are photos from State's Exhibit 44, correct?
Yes.
And still shots that show actually your vehicle when you stopped, is that correct?
Yes.
In the video, does that accurately depict and show the events of November 11th, 2020?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibits 43, 44, 748, 749, 750, for all purposes, and 56, excuse me, which is a business records affidavit for the records for the video that she testified to.
And that's, that states 44?
States 44 is the video.
Okay. that's referenced in State's Exhibit 56.
States 56 is the business records affidavit, and States 44 is the records for the business records affidavit.
Any objections?
May I take the witness on board item briefly?
You may.
May
Present, the attorney, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for being here early. And thank you for your patience. Sometimes we have, delays here and there, but we're trying to move things along as best we can, okay? So thank you. Yesterday, the state was still in the process of examining Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson, you are still under oath, okay?
Okay.
Statement proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Jackson, you are the same Ms. Jackson that was testifying yesterday afternoon, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember where your address was in?
Okay, we picking back up where the girlfriend testified from yesterday. They got started a little late today, so I went back from yesterday. She was the last witness to testify yesterday, so now we picking back up where she left off from yesterday.
In November of 2020?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember where you lived or what area you lived in?
I stayed between the Oak Cliff and like the crossing of Oak Cliff and Duncanville area.
And where's that in relationship to like the courthouse? Is that close to here, far?
I would say about 15 minutes. It's a 15-minute drive. It's not too far.
Do you remember the route that you would take to get from your apartment to I-35?
I would go down Ledbetter. I think that's Ledbetter. Mm-hmm.
Now the car that Melvin was driving the day of November 10th, do you remember what kind of car that was?
I didn't even know what car he was in.
Okay. Did you have a visitor parking spot log?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain why that was important for your apartment complex?
My apartment complex wanted us to log the license plate. So he sent the license plate, and I logged the license plate into the log.
And did you ever see the car that he was driving that day?
I don't recall that I did, no.
When you would see him drive, what kind of car would he drive?
He would drive a Corvette.
Do you happen to remember?
It was like a Stingray, I think. It was a convertible, a sports car.
Do you remember if he was driving a sports car the day of November 10th and 11th?
I don't think I remember if I knew what car he was in.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Jackson, I'm going to show you some photos and let me know if you recognize these individuals. Is that okay?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1003A. Do you recognize this as Devin Brown?
Yes.
Yesterday you said that you would call him Chicago. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is the same photo, just larger.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 1004A, do you recognize this as being Jerry Johnson?
Sustained.
Do you know who this is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Jerry.
Okay, Jerry Johnson.
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 1005A, do you recognize this person?
That's Yella.
Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Is that also known as Marquise Conway?
Correct.
In State's Exhibit 1006A, do you recognize this person?
That's Freddie.
When you say Freddie, is that Trap Boy Freddie?
Correct.
Sustained.
I would see a world in 20 to 30 years where most of the coal in the world was being pre-processed by fast form technology before.
2007. Who is this?
That's Theo.
Do you know Theo's nickname?
I mean, I call him Theo.
1007A.
I know him by Theo, but
Theo?
he got a nickname.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 1003A, 1004A, 1005A, 1006A, and 1007A for all purposes.
No, we're gonna object to how it looks.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, this is, we've been saying a lot of names at this trial. This will help aid the jury in understanding who the parties are that we are speaking about.
Any other?
Some of these names we have not said, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that will be developed throughout the rest of the testimony. But these are individuals that she has recognized and can authenticate that their faces and their names.
All right, defendant's objections are overruled. State's Exhibits 1003A through 1007A are admitted for all purposes.
And Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Okay. Who I'm posting now, this is Devin Brown, aka Chicago. This is the father to your two boys, is that right?
Correct.
104, this is Jerry Johnson, you know Jerry?
Yes.
A. This is Yella Beezy.
Correct.
1006A, this is Trap Boy Freddy.
Correct.
And 1007A, this is Theodore Thomas.
Object, Your Honor, she only known by Theo.
Correct.
I'm going to object, she only knows him by Theo.
I know about Theodore too. I went to school with him.
Okay. This Theo, does he go by any other name?
Jose Bodega, Your Honor.
Yes, I was asking the witness.
Oh, sorry.
I call him Theodore. He has a nickname, which is a rap name, but I went to school with him, so I don't call him his rap name. I call him Theo.
Theo?
But I know his name is Theodore.
Theodore. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, how do you know these individuals?
I went to school with 3 of them.
Which
And
3?
I went to school with Jerry, I went to school with Theo, and I went to school with Yella. And of course, I have kids by my child's father, and I know Freddie from just the internet.
Now,
I'm sorry, who did you go to school with? Again?
I went to school with Jerry Johnson, Marquise Conway, and Theodore Thomas.
Thank you.
in 1003A, that's being on the screen, that's Devin Brown, right? That's your child's father?
Correct.
Okay. And this is, you said that y'all met in 2011?
Correct.
Now, were you and Devin, oh, sorry. Now, 1005A, is that who you went to school with?
Yes.
And did you go to school the whole time, or did you stay in that high school the whole time?
No, I didn't.
What other high schools did you go to?
I graduated from the Beginnings Christian Academy. I didn't graduate from Lancaster. I went to Lancaster probably 3 years.
Did Devin, do you know what high school Devin went to?
He went to DeSoto High School. He went to Lancaster, I believe, his freshman year, but I met him when I was going to my other school.
And did Devin know Yella, Beezy, or Marquise Conway?
Yes,
How did he know him?
from school and from his associates.
Now, during this time, earlier you had testified that there was a public rap beef between MO3 and Yella Beezy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 834. Yesterday you testified that on November 17th, you went to the Dallas Police Department and did a consent to search your cell phone as well as your son's cell phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, what was the reason that you wanted to do that?
I was just there to assist with the case, just give them my phone if they wanted to go through my phone, talk to them about him leaving my house, and just give them any information that they needed.
And you see the date that's written on here. This is an extraction report, a Cellbrite extraction report. You see where it says Cellbrite up here?
Yes.
An extraction report.
Yes.
You see that this date is, well, what date is this?
Objection, the witness is reading from a piece of paper that's not even evidence.
Sustained.
Do you recall your telephone number at that time?
No.
Do you recall your email address?
I have several email addresses. I probably do.
Is Jocelyn Jackson at yahoo.com one of them?
Yes.
You said you would sometimes communicate with Devin through Trey's phone, is that right?
If he had me blocked.
So at one point, you said you had you blocked. Did Devin block you at some point?
He blocked me, I believe, in September of 2020.
And so because he had blocked you on your phone, sometimes you would message him off of Trey's phone?
Yes,
You had access to Trey's phone?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 838. Do you recognize this photo?
No.
Do you recognize, or do you know what Trey had Devin saved in his phone?
Dad.
Dad, okay. And you said you called Devin Chicago, is that right?
Correct.
He's from Chicago?
Correct.
Has a Chicago area code?
Correct.
Do you recall this as being Devin's phone number?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember taking a screenshot of Trey's cell phone for detectives?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember that there were phone calls between Devin and Trey on November 10th and then November 11th?
I only found out on November 11th that there were phone calls.
Okay. And November 10th that there were phone calls from Devin to Trey, is that correct?
Correct.
And in State's Exhibit 839, we see the same name as Dad with a green heart, is that correct?
Correct.
The same number from State's Exhibit 838, is that right?
Correct.
And the incoming phone calls from Devin to Trey on November.
I object to it again, when she's having a witness sponsor a piece of paper or a picture is not evidence.
Well, ask the witness to identify what's in the photo. Don't tell her what's in the photo.
Okay, but you can't identify what's in the photos, is that right?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 840, again, do you recognize what's the contents of these photos?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 838, 839, and 840, which are photos for all purposes.
What was 839 again?
Photos of the cell phone, the screenshot of the cell phone.
Okay. No. Screenshot of Trey's cell phone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to State Exhibit 838. Initially, when asked, the witness said she didn't even know what this was and couldn't recognize it. And 838, 9, and 840. So, improper identification.
Okay, they're talking about 838 through 840 is improper identification or just
Authentication. 838, 839, and 840.
Okay. Let me see 838. Is that the one with Chicago's phone number on it that the witness recognized?
I think she asked you about 839, not 830, 838.
Okay. The witness stated that that's Chicago's phone number, which is Chicago area code. Is that your recollection?
For 839 and 840.
For 838. And 839 appears to be a screenshot that she took. Is that what the witness said?
Yes, Your Honor.
About Trey's phone?
Yes, Your Honor.
And case exhibit 840, what was 840?
It was again a screenshot of Trey's phone.
Okay, taken by this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense objections are overruled. Case exhibits 838 through 840 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 838. We see that this was the screenshot that you took of Trey's phone. Is that right?
Yes.
It says Dad, and we know that Dad was saved in Trey's phone. That was Devin.
Correct.
This was his telephone number, the 312-623-8475.
Correct.
We see that there was an incoming call on November 10th at 6:35 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
On State's Exhibit 839, we still see that same name that's saved as Dad and that same telephone number as State's Exhibit 838. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the incoming calls, what time were these incoming calls coming in on November 10th? Can you see that?
Yes, 6:57 p.m., 6:54 p.m., and 6:36 p.m.
Looking at State's Exhibit 840, we see that it's a screenshot of the calls that Devin was calling Trey on November 11th. Is that right?
Yes.
And what time were those calls coming in at?
10:48 a.m., 10:49, and 11:21 a.m.
And at this time, was Devin having much communication with Trey?
Honestly, I don't know. If they talked to their dad on their phone, it wasn't nothing that I was asking about. I didn't. So if they talked to him, they talked to him.
Yesterday, you had testified that Devin asked Trey to go to breakfast with him on November 11th. Is that right?
Correct.
You said no.
Yes.
And again, why did you say no?
He had me blocked since September, and I believe that he hadn't seen my boys in a while, so I was just like, no, they can't go. And it was
Perfect for game night and game night for a marathon day.
Married with Devin?
yeah,
Yesterday you had said that something didn't seem right once you found out that Melvin was killed. Is that right?
correct.
What was going through your mind with all the events that were going on that morning and with Trey?
I think that I just
Speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's her presence and impression of what was going on that day.
She's gonna speculate to anything, Your Honor, and object.
She testified yesterday that she contacted police because of what happened.
Right, but you're asking her, to express speculative feelings.
Your Honor, it's her presence and impression after the person that she has a romantic relationship with, she's found out that he's been shot on the
Objection
freeway.
to speaking.
I'm explaining how it's a presence and impression.
Go ahead.
At that moment, she's found out now that the person she has a romantic relationship with has been shot on the freeway. It's her present sense impression of what is taking place and the reason for why she came forward to the police. It's not speculation. It's why she ended up doing what she did and why she came forward to the police.
Okay,
The police didn't
now,
come to
if
her.
that's what she's going to testify to, then I'll allow that, but if she's going to speculate about what may have happened, or, what could have happened, then I'll not allow that.
And if
So
that-
you're tailoring it to why she went to the police,
Okay.
then that's fine.
I went to the police because I feel like my kid's father had something to do with
I'm
it.
gonna object to speculation again.
Your Honor, she's answering the question that's exactly.
Overruled, go ahead. What was your answer?
I knew, I just knew, my intuition told me,
That Devin had something to do with this.
yes.
And did you reach out to Devin to ask him about that?
I asked my son first. I asked my son if his daddy asked if Melvin was at my house. That's how it went. My intuition picked up, and I asked my son, had he talked to, did his daddy ask if he was at my house? And my son told me yes.
When you say he, you're talking about that Melvin was at your house?
My son told me that he told that his dad asked if Melvin was at his.
Sir, are you part of this team? Because I can hear your voice all the way from here. Or are you, is there you?
Yes,
I mean,
he
who's
is with
taking
us.
on the witness?
No, no.
Because I can hear you from
Okay,
here.
we'll make sure it is.
So we need to come to whisper to council, but I don't want to hear several voices. Okay. All
You're
right,
objecting
so
to hearsay, Your Honor.
as to hearsay,
What the little boy was about to say or was telling his mother. That's what she was testifying.
that's sustained.
So because of what Trey told you, you reached out to Devin, is that right?
Yes.
Now, we met earlier this month, is that right?
Yes.
And we went over some text messages between you and Devin, is that right?
Correct.
Do you recall those text messages?
I didn't remember until you showed me, honestly. It's been so long.
Just briefly look at these messages and see if you, don't read them out loud, but just see if you recall having this conversation with Devin. And you can flip the pages if you need to.
I'm green, right?
You are.
Okay.
You remember that conversation? You recall that conversation?
Yes.
Do you happen to remember your son's telephone number?
No.
If I show you something to refresh your memory from your cell phone extraction where it has your son's telephone number, would you recognize what you would put Trey's name in your phone?
Yes.
What did you have, or what do you remember what you had Trey's number in your phone, or name?
Sunshine.
Sunshine?
Mm-hmm.
You said you had him as Sunshine?
Yes.
Do you recall that being his number?
Yes.
Okay. And it's last digits ending in 7433?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 1135A. Earlier, you testified to State's Exhibit 838 that Chicago's number was that 312 number. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And this number, we see that there's a 469 number that's ending in 7433. Do you recognize that number?
That's Trey's phone.
That's Trey's phone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 135A would be text messages between Devin and your son Trey. Is that right?
Correct.
But on looking at State's Exhibit 1135, you recognize these messages as your communication to Devin. Is that right?
Yes.
Here at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 1135A for record purposes and 1135 for all purposes.
Any objections?
No objections till 11:35 or 11:35 a.m.
Thank you. State exhibits 11:35A and 11:35 were admitted. 11:35A for record purposes only.
Can we approach briefly?
Sure. Any other questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, can I just have just a few moments? Hey, Jocelyn, you said you didn't remember what your telephone number was at the time, is that
No.
correct?
No.
Okay, and looking at State Exhibit 834, you recognize that that says Jocelyn Jackson, Apple iPhone 11? Is
Yes.
that correct? Does that help refresh your recollection as what your telephone number was on November, or in November of 2020?
Maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, that's my number. I change my number a lot.
Okay, fair. Do you recognize your email address?
Yes.
Okay, so you recognize this as being from what you gave police officers on November 11th of 2020 when you consented to the search of your phone?
Yes.
And do you also, in preparation for trial, we did go over certain contacts that were in your phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. One of those contacts that was Chicago's telephone number, is that right?
Correct.
And that's that 312 number?
Yes.
As well as, do you recall, earlier you testified that you called Melvin Momo, is that right?
Yes.
And does this help refresh your recollection about the telephone number that you would use to communicate with him?
Yes.
And you also see that your son's name is listed as Sunshine and his number, is that right?
Yes.
And looking at State Exhibit 836, do you recognize this as a conversation with you and Trey?
Yes.
What exhibit is that?
State Exhibit 836. And this came from your cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
Says Jocelyn Jackson and with Sunshine?
Yes.
That's Trey. Your telephone number was...
Okay, what's your name, sweetheart? I forgot.
You can just call me ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Trey's telephone number was 469-773-7433. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And did you recognize the conversations between you and Trey? This would have been November 10th of 2020 through November 11th.
Yes.
Do you want to review that one? And you did say that Devin asked if he could come get the boys for breakfast, is that right?
Yes.
And that Trey asked your permission for that?
Correct.
And did Trey text that or ask through text messages?
Yes.
And sometimes y'all would text with each other?
Yes.
And around what time did he text you to ask to go to?
I believe she set the time for that, not committed to everything.
Do you remember what time that was?
It was around 10.
Last time, say Opera Stacy said 8:34, 8:35, and 8:36 for record purposes. Sorry, all purposes.
8:34, 8:35, and 8:36.
Yes, Your Honor, for all purposes.
What was 8:35?
8:35 were the contacts, the select contacts in Jocelyn Jackson's phone.
No objections to State Exhibits 834, 835, and 836, Your Honor.
Thank you. 6 exhibits 8:34, 8:35, and 8:36 are admitted for all purposes.
And Jocelyn, you said that when you found out that Devin knew that Melvin was at your apartment, you texted him, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish 11:35?
You may.
There's a screen to your left if that's easier for you to see. All right, now you said that your number, or you recall that your number is
Can you
469.
give that information to the jury?
Sorry, Your Honor?
How can the jury see
your number was 469-773-47, or 7433, is that right?
That's Trey's number.
Trey's number, and so Trey's messages would be in blue. Is that
Correct.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that 312-623-8475, that would be responses from Chicago or Devon. Is that right?
Correct.
You said you received a phone call around 12, around 12 that Melvin had been killed. Is that
Correct.
right? And so from there you started texting Devin.
Yes.
And what did you tell Devin?
All my kids, you did.
Why did you say that to him?
Because I knew that he had something to do with it.
On page 44 of 1135, you texted him again. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what did you say?
You did, B-word.
And he responded at 2:40 p.m. saying, "Lame ass bitch, you've been having my kids around MFs, know something like this can happen, knowing it's beef out there in the city. I really don't understand. You think you so smart? You dumb AF. That could have been my kids. Stupid hoe. I never gave AF about you or anything you do or who you do it with. I just prayed my kids safe because you dumbass keep up around some mess. Bitch, they could have got killed and got the nerve to try to put this shit on me. Nigga, fuck you and everything you stand for. It's up, I promise you." What was he talking about? You said that there was beef, right?
Yes.
How did you respond?
I said I hope they kill him. People were saying that I had something to do with it. I was furious. I was pissed.
Did you have anything to do with this?
No.
And that's why you messaged Devin, right?
Correct.
And you were upset. Is that correct?
I was angry.
And in fact, you messaged him a lot after that. Is that correct?
Yes.
At 5:40, what did you tell him?
You did that for what? To be accepted by some niggas who don't care about you? That's fucked up. You know better. You know you wrong. You hurt me for real on my kids. You wrong. You so bitter and miserable. My kids will never see you again. You wrong. You're so wrong.
And then lastly, you messaged.
Why?
Did Devin ever respond?
No.
You want to maybe just have one moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I'll pass the witness. God bless you. Ms. Jackson.
You talked about your relationship with MO3,
Yes.
and you called him Lobo.
Correct.
Okay. And you said you knew him since 2017?
17, yes.
And how often did y'all talk in 2017?
Sporadically.
And what's sporadic?
Every now and then.
And what's
Not a
every
lot.
now and then?
Not a lot.
Like once a month, once every?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Okay. And 2018, was it still sporadic that y'all talked?
I don't remember.
You don't remember how many times you were talking or the conversations?
No.
Were they consistent?
No, I don't think so. Not in 2018, no.
In 2019, how often would you talk to him?
When we started talking, I talked to him often.
So, you started talking to him in 2020, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you dated him for about 4 months.
About 3-4 months, yeah.
So that means that you probably started dating him back in August of 2020?
I think, I don't remember.
You don't remember when you started dating?
I think it was July.
July? And where were you living in July 2020?
In Duncanville. Duncanville across Oak Cliff area, Duncanville. It's, when you cross Duncanville, you're going to Oak Cliff.
Were you living in the same apartments that you were on November 11th, 2020?
Yes.
How long had you been in those apartments from November 11th, 2020? Like, when did you move into those apartments?
I don't remember. I know my lease wasn't up. I had to move and everything happened, so I know it wasn't a long time that I was over there.
But you were there in July 2020?
Yes.
Is that the only place that MO3 or Momo would come visit you?
Yes.
And how would you describe your feelings toward MO3?
I liked him. We was friends.
Did you love him?
I had love for him, yes. I wasn't in love.
And when you and MO3 were dating, how many times would he come over to your house?
We had just started dating, so he probably he came to my house several times.
Was less than 5?
No, it was more than 5.
Less than 10?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
Was he coming over your house like once a week?
I don't recall. No, I don't think so. It wasn't once a week.
How many times do you think you saw MO3 during the time y'all were dating?
I saw him often.
Where the jury can have an understanding, what is often?
I don't recall.
Did you see him more than once a month?
Yes,
Did you see him more than twice a month?
maybe. It was only 3 months that we was talking.
Is it 3 months or 4 months?
I said I didn't recall earlier. I said between 3 and 4 months.
And when he would come over to your house, what cars would he drive?
He would drive a Corvette.
Did he drive any other cars?
I had only seen him in a Corvette.
Do you remember that he was in a brown Honda Accord the day of November 11th, 2020?
I said earlier I didn't recall. I don't remember seeing that car.
When you said that you live in an apartment complex that you have to put a decal on the car where it won't get towed, I imagine, correct?
Correct.
What is that process you would have to go through?
You would have to put the license plate number in.
And would you have like decals in your house that you would have to go out put the license plate in yourself, or would you have to actually go to the office to get a decal?
It's the online system, so the person would actually just send the license plate, their license plate number, and you put their license plate number in, so to register their vehicle so it would get towed.
And you remember you had to do that day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he wasn't in the black car that day, right?
I got his license plate number, so I don't recall what car he was in.
And do you remember that on November 9th or 10th he was in California?
Yes.
And he had texted you and said, hey, I want to come over.
Yes.
And he needed your address, right?
Correct. I don't recall him asking for my address. I don't remember.
Okay. You don't remember telling the officers that I had to text him my address?
It's been so long ago. I don't remember. No, I don't.
Would it surprise you that you had to text him your address?
I mean, I wouldn't expect him to know about Hort. He wasn't from that side of town, so it wouldn't.
Okay, so he didn't come see you that often?
He wasn't from that side of town.
And what if you would agree with me that someone that came to see you often wouldn't need your address, right?
I would assume if he was leaving from the airport that he would if he was in California. So that could be why he asked for my address.
Do you know what airport he arrived in?
No, I don't. I knew he was flying in from California. He said that he was coming to my home. So maybe that's why he asked for my address.
I finally copped the Ajinomoto Gyoza.
So crispy. Yes, so juicy. How?
You have to try this.
Kind of going back with your relationship with him, were you the only person he was dating?
I don't recall. I didn't ask.
But you have been on, you don't know if you're the only person he was dating.
No.
Isn't it true he was dating multiple women?
He could have been. He's the artist. He could have been.
Isn't it true that you have actually had some interactions or heard that you actually had some interactions with some of those women who was dating?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to relevancy.
Your Honor, she's given that aspect that she was like the only person that he was dating and no one else knew her address and stuff. All right, and Your Honor, as it relates to your relationship, you've been on different internet sites, right, and different podcasts?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about your relationship with MO3, right?
Correct.
And you talked about how you and him were, you described your relationship in various ways. Is that true to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you and him were hanging out on, and let's talk about Devin, the whole parenting. Devin was trying to be in his children's life, right?
Devin was trying to be in his children's life when it was convenient for him.
Okay. And you and Devin had dated for quite some time.
Yes.
And you would say that it wasn't the best feelings, like y'all wasn't, you weren't cordial, right?
We had got to some point in the relationship where we were cordial.
But he had you blocked and you had him blocked at times, right?
He had me blocked when we would get into arguments, yes.
And he said you had been blocked on his phone since September 2020?
Yes.
Did you have him blocked?
No.
And he still had the ability to talk to his children on their phone, right?
Correct.
And there were times that, as you just indicated to the prosecutor, you don't know when he was talking to your children.
Right.
And you don't know if he was talking to them every day, do you?
I didn't ask. That's their relationship with their partner, so that's why they had a phone.
So you don't know what type of special relationship or love your children had for Debbie, do you?
I do.
They love their father, right?
Right.
In fact, you would agree with me that a child who doesn't like their father or doesn't like a parent wouldn't want to go to lunch with them, right?
Say the question again.
A child that
No problem.
a child that doesn't like
Your Honor, we object to speculation.
a child that doesn't like their parent or father would not want to go to lunch with them, right?
All right.
But your son Trey wanted to go to lunch with him on November 11th, right?
Correct.
Your man approached the reporter for evidence. And you said MO3 got to their house about 1 p.m. on November 10th, right?
I said I didn't recall. It could have been earlier than that.
But, he was there in the early afternoon, is that right?
I don't recall.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 838 that's been admitted into evidence. And this is a screenshot of your son's phone that you have taken and given to the detective, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it just has your son talking to his dad at 6:35 p.m. for 14 seconds, right?
Yes.
And how old was your son at the time?
He was 8 years old.
He had just celebrated a birthday, right?
No.
When was his birthday?
My youngest son had just celebrated a birthday.
Okay. And your youngest
Oh, no. My oldest son did just celebrate a birthday. His birthday was November 1st. I'm sorry.
And when is your youngest son's birthday?
September 18th.
And then I'm showing you Exhibit 839 that's been admitted to evidence, and it's a phone call from 6:36, 6:54, and 6:57, right? And they're all income, correct?
Yes.
And that's Devin Brown to your son, right?
Correct.
All right. And then on November 11th, there's a phone call at 10:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
10:49 a.m., right?
Correct.
And 11:21.
Correct.
Now, MO3 had spent the night at your house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many bedrooms did you have?
I had 2.
Who all lived with you?
Me and my kids.
And your kids were in one part of the house, and you were in another part of the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And where was MO3 the entire time he was at your place?
In my room.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
In fact, I think showing you again, 836 admitted into evidence. State's Exhibit. And your son is texting you, can I get some Roblox, right?
Yes.
And that's at 2:39 on November 10th. Is it fair to say that MO3 was already at your house?
Yes.
All right. And same day at 2:39, you said not yet. Can you tell the jury what is Roblox?
Robux?
Roblox.
It's like a kid game.
Okay.
They ask for Robux, I guess.
And he said, no, not, you said, no, not yet. And then your son turns around and says, okay, when you're done.
Yes.
Are you in your room then?
Right.
Are you with MO3 then? Okay. And you turn around and say, yeah. Is that right? I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And then sometimes later on at 8:58 p.m. that night, there's like a okay sunshine, okay. From a conversation at 2:40, is anything deleted between here and there? Between
No, it could have been a delayed message.
Okay. And he texts you at 8:58 and says, good night, love you.
Right.
Is that right? And you text back and says, good night, I love you too. Are you in your bedroom at that time?
Yeah.
And are you still with MO3 in the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we're gonna go to 11:10's, said something is red.
That's him reacting to the message, I believe.
Okay, and 8:59 on November 10, 2020, he said okay again, right? So we're going to November 11, 2020. At 10:54, your son says, can daddy get us something to eat, get something to eat or something, right? Basically, he wants to go to eat with his father.
Yeah.
Okay. And you say no, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. And it's fair to say MO3 is still there.
Huh?
MO3 is still at your house on November 10th.
You're asking me that?
Yes.
Was he? Yeah, he was still there.
Okay. And you're still in the bedroom with MO3, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And he texts back at 10:58 a.m. and says, okay. Then he writes back at 11:09, can I get breakfast? And that's pretty much, is he trying to say, can he go in the kitchen and get some food then?
Yes.
Okay. And you write back and say, yeah. Is that true?
True.
Okay. And he turns back and says, okay. Is that right?
Right.
And then, let's go with this. You said, do your work. That's what you're telling me, right? And that's on November 11th at 11:23, but he doesn't read it till 11:46. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. On November 11th, November 10th, that was a Tuesday and Wednesday, right?
Correct.
Were your children in school then?
Virtually, it was public.
It was public, okay. And on those particular days, they could leave out, right? They could leave school.
They was in school virtually, so they were doing virtual work on their tablet.
Okay, and and your son's birthday was November 1st, right?
Right.
Do you recall having a birthday party for your son?
No.
Do you recall MO3 wanting to come to a birthday party if he had it?
That was my youngest son, Duke,
Okay.
in September.
And he wanted to come to make Devin mad, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't think that was best, right?
Correct.
Did he come to your youngest son's birthday party?
He ended up showing up.
Was Devin there?
No.
But he came to, and he told you to make,
He showed up. I told him that he couldn't come, and he showed up. I don't even know how he knew where I was at. He showed up to the party.
who showed up?
Melvin.
And you didn't want him to be there?
I told him that he couldn't come to my son's party because of my son's dad affiliation with Yella Beezy and his friends.
Can she finish answering it without an interruption? Your Honor?
She did.
Okay.
So when, it's fair to say, now who bought these cell phones for your children?
I did.
Okay. And in some of your text messages with Devin, didn't you say, hey, look, you only see them 3 weeks at a time?
I told him that he only sees them when it's convenient for him. Yes, correct.
Okay. So it's not uncommon or that Devin is in your son's or your children's life, right?
He was in their life. It was just when it was convenient for him.
Okay. And so it wouldn't be uncommon for him to want to spend time with him, right?
It was uncommon because it was on a random Wednesday in the morning, and I know my child's father, and that was random.
Now, there was a time that MO3 had posted a picture on Facebook of your son wearing his jersey. Is that right?
A video, yes.
A video. And when did this occur?
This occurred before my youngest son's birthday, when he wanted to come to the party.
And he was doing this to antagonize Devin, wasn't he?
I don't know what he was doing it for. I felt like it was.
You felt like MO3 was antagonizing Devin?
I don't feel like it was to antagonize him. I feel like it was to, I guess, show that he was talking to me. I don't know. But at that time, I did feel like it was a pick.
And you talked about have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
messages and 11, Stacy's at 11:35, that was admitted to evidence. You and Devin are going back and forth with.
Dad, what's with the parrot? It's to remind everyone that Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price, or your mattress is free.
Right now, save up to $1,000 on King Coil, plus pay 0% interest for 36 months.
Free!
11:36 to 11:35.
Oh, yeah.
Is it fair to say, how would you describe your parenting skills? Do you think you do well in co-parenting?
Not with him, no.
Okay. In fact, when he doesn't do anything you like, you start threatening him like you're not going to see your kids, right?
He wasn't going to see my kids because he was trying to see them when it's convenient for him.
Okay. Well, my question to you, ma'am, is that when he doesn't do something you like, you threaten him and say you will never see your kids, right?
No.
You didn't say that in any of these text messages?
He hadn't seen my kids in probably 2 months. So that's why I was seeing it in those text messages.
Okay, he hadn't seen your kid in 2 months as of November.
As of September, when the video was posted, I was blocked, and he hadn't been seeing my kids. So that's why, as you see on the messages, that's why I was talking to him the way that I was, because you're not going to see my kids when it's convenient for you.
Okay. And you understand those are his kids too?
Huh?
You understand those are his children?
I understand that, but they're my children, and my job is to protect my kids, and no one is going to run in and out their life when it's convenient for them.
And to the point that even when your children want to see them, you say no.
To the point that my kids were in school virtually, and it was on a random Wednesday, yes, I said no.
I think the state is showing you this, States is at 11:35, your text messages with him. It's you doing most of the talking, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's basically said, hey, look, we can go through. He knows that on 11/11/2020, you're talking about you're so childish and bitter, you don't even pay for haircuts, right?
Yes.
All right. And then you said, I'm gonna show you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And he says, my kids won't have respect for women when they get older. Why do you think he said that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to cultural speculation.
Sustained.
Well, how about this? This was the day that you had been in the bedroom with MO3 from November 10th to November 11th. Isn't that right?
Correct. We had started arguing.
Objection, no responsive, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And then you write back at some point and said, oh, my kids, you're dead, right?
Yep.
And you write back, you dead, bitch,
Yeah.
right? And right here, he says, can you read that for the jury? Can you read what he wrote?
Lame ass bitch, you having my kids around motherfuckers knowing something like this can happen, knowing it's beef out here in the city. I really don't understand. You think you're so smart, you dumb as fuck. That could have been my kids, you stupid hoe. I never gave a fuck about you or anything you do or who you do it with. I just prayed my kids safe because your dumb ass keep them around some mess. Bitch, they could have been killed and got the nerve to try to put this shit on me. Fuck you and everything you stand for is up, I promise.
You testified earlier that MO3 had been in some beefs, right?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me, a father would want to protect his kids, right?
Right.
And by having MO3 over your house, that could be a safety issue, right?
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
And you knew conflict existed between MO3 and a number of people in Dallas, right?
I knew that conflict existed, but I didn't really get into it, so I don't really think that I knew the depths of it.
Where did you and were you seeing anybody else during this time?
No.
So MO3 was the only person you were seeing.
Correct.
And do you know if Devin really did Devin want to be back with him?
No. I don't. Me and my kid's father didn't have a good relationship. I don't think that he wanted to be back with me. He was actually in a relationship himself. He had a girlfriend at the time.
But it's true that he didn't like MO3 being over your house with his children. Is that right? Yes or no?
He didn't know, from my knowledge, I didn't know that he knew MO3 was at my house until the video was posted. He never acknowledged it to me.
Not responsive, Your Honor.
He never acknowledged to me that anything about Melvin, even after the video was posted. I didn't talk to him, I was blocked, so there was never a conversation between us about him being in my home until the day that we were showing messages.
Okay. So you didn't talk to
I didn't talk to Devin. Devin didn't know, yeah.
But you would talk to Devin on your son's phone, right?
I wasn't communicating with him.
Okay. But I'm going to answer my question yes or no. On November 11th, you
Yeah.
were talking to Devin on his son's phone, right?
Correct.
In fact, y'all were having an argument, right?
Correct.
And you were having an argument about him seeing his children, right?
Correct.
And MO3 was still at your house in the midst of this argument, right?
I think that he was gone during that time.
Do you remember telling the police officers that he left in the midst of your argument with Devin?
No. I don't recall.
And you've listened to some of MO3's lyrics, right?
Correct.
And you know, in fact, you said that sometimes he carries a gun.
I didn't say that.
Okay. You never told the prosecutors that sometimes he has a gun with him?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
Mm-mm.
You've seen pictures with him with a gun, right?
Yeah, videos, yeah.
And you've listened to his rap lyrics, right?
Correct.
And in his rap lyrics, he talks about shooting people, right?
Yeah.
And he talks about having a feud with people, right?
Correct.
And he actually talks about there's a feud with Trap Boy Freddy going on, right?
And Yella Beezy, yeah.
Objection non-responsive. No. Sustained. Ask the jury to disregard that.
The jury will disregard that last comment.
So ma'am, just answer my question as I ask it, right? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you knew MO3 before he even calculated, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're familiar, in fact, you said, or have said that he allowed you to listen to some music of his before anyone else, right?
Correct.
All right. So you understand that many of his songs are not about church music, right?
I understand that, yes.
Okay. And a lot of his songs were threatening people, right?
Correct.
And what he was going to do to people, correct?
Correct.
And some of his songs talked about things that have happened in the past to people, is that correct?
Yes.
I question you?
You may. Ms. McIntosh, do you have anything to do with the
Yes, John.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like a 15-minute break at this time?
Yes.
Let's do that. Let's come back at 10:45.
All right.
Hi, my name is Inchi and I have ectodermal dysplasia and I've been wearing synthetic wigs for many, many years. And I came in
All right.
We're back on the record. Record will reflect that the defendant is present with the attorney, the state is present. The jurors are present and seated, and the defense was done the process of cross-examining Ms. Jackson. Now, question, with the question that you may
Jackson, I'm showing you defendants exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you recognize those photographs?
I recognize this one.
Which one did she not recognize?
I recognize that one.
She said she recognized 3 and 4, Yella.
Okay.
I recognize these. And I don't recognize this one.
Okay. And do you recognize defendants exhibit 2 to be who the person is in defendants exhibit 2?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Melvin Noble.
Okay, and who's in defendants exhibit 1?
Melvin Noble.
And defendants 3 through 6 is who?
I'm sorry?
Defendants 3 through 6, who is that in the photographs?
Which one is it? Right here?
3, 4, and 5, 6. Who's in the photograph?
This is Melvin.
Melvin Noble?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's talk about which particular exhibit she's talking about.
Okay.
Who's in 3?
He's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Sharon.
Oh,
In
same
all of them.
person. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And do you believe this would aid the jury in making a determination in this case?
I assume.
Yes. Okay. And Mrs. Noble, you knew Melvin, right?
Miss Jackson.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. You knew Melvin, right?
Yes.
And you knew him for at least 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
How old was he when he passed?
I think he was 28.
28 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. And you knew him before he made his first song, right? Or when he was making his albums, you knew him?
Yes.
Okay. And had you seen these pictures before?
I haven't seen it. Some of the pictures I haven't seen, no.
Okay, but you recognize who is in the photo?
Yes, I recognize who's in the photo.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'll point to evidence defendants exhibit 1 through 6.
Which photos did she not recognize? I wasn't completely clear.
I mean, she recognized that all of them are of Melvin Noble. 1 through 6.
Okay.
Relevancy?
What's the relevance of those photos? And what are they supposed to depict?
And I would ask the court to review the photos also.
Right. If I may respond, the witnesses talked about his rap songs, shootings. They talked about Hugo Persona, his family, and has talked about how he was trying to antagonize Devin, that he had guns, and that how she was trying to protect her kids from him. But this is a situation where, given the light of how they've explained this to the jury, we would like an opportunity to show them inside.
Well, I think she's already testified that she's seen the videos with guns and the kind of rap. This is not, this is more prejudicial than not. It doesn't.
Prejudicial to who?
I mean, this is not, what's the approach?
Jackson, I think there's been some discussion about where your house is located, or who knew about your location, right?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know if Melvin Noble told anybody where you live, do you?
From my knowledge, no.
But you knew Rainwater knew where you live, right?
I didn't know Rainwater knew where I lived until after. From online.
But do you remember telling someone on a podcast, Rainwater, that Melvin Noble talked to Rainwater while he was at your location? Right?
Yes.
And he told Rainwater where you were, right?
He told Rainwater that he was at my house, yes.
Okay. And you have later found out that Rainwater knew exactly where you lived, right?
I think Rainwater said that he knew where I lived. So I think, yes, I did. But at the time, no, I didn't know that he knew when we was talking.
And it's fair to say that if you didn't know that Rainwater knew where you lived, you really don't know who had your address, right? Yes or no?
No.
And you don't know who Melvin Noble told where he was going to visit, where he was going to see you, right? Or what address he was going to. Do you? You don't know
No,
that?
I don't know that. Mm-mm.
And you had other visitors at your house, right?
Correct.
How many times had Devin been to your house?
He didn't come to my house often. He didn't come in my house. It wasn't he come to my house thing. He'll come to my house to pick up my boys. That was it.
And speaking of which, Melvin Noble would buy you gifts, right?
No.
Would he give you money?
Yes.
Okay, how much money would he give you sometimes?
A lot. I don't recall. It was a lot, probably thousands. I don't know.
And he would help you with your bills?
He would give me money.
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily say he was helping me with my bills.
Well,
I had a job.
okay. Where were you working at the time?
I was doing medical insurance for Cardinal Health.
Were you off on that November 10th and November 11th, that Tuesday and Wednesday?
Yes.
And he would give you thousands at a time. So it's fair to say that you had some type of loyalty to Mel, right?
Yes.
You were benefiting from him, right?
I just, where the question on?
I'm asking where you benefiting.
That's not why I had loyalty towards him. I just had loyalty towards him.
So when Devin Brown wanted to come pick up his son, you knew that MO3 was there, right?
Yeah.
And MO3 wouldn't like that, right?
He actually told me to let them go with him when he asked.
The same man that wanted to post a picture and antagonize your baby daddy, right?
Yes.
Devin is the same man that said, come let him get his son.
Yeah, he said, let him go. With that attitude, get breakfast. And I said, no.
And let's spend a little time on Rainwater. Who is Rainwater?
He's Melvin's manager.
And, or was his manager? And Brandon, his name is Brandon Rainwater, correct?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been MO3's or Melvin's manager?
I didn't know Rainwater when me and Melvin was talking. I learned about him after the passing.
You have had conversations with Mr. Noble about Rainwater, right?
I had a conversation with him about Rainwater the day before he passed away.
And Melvin Noble, Mo, was very upset with Rainwater. Is that correct?
He wasn't very upset with him. He just said they had an argument when they was in California.
So much in the fact that he wanted to come back home, correct?
No, so much in fact that he wanted to punch him.
Okay. So someone wanting to punch him doesn't mean that you're upset with that person?
He was upset, but they wasn't on bad terms. From my knowledge, he wasn't upset to where he was like, I'm gonna fire him. I don't want him to be my manager no more. It wasn't that upset. They just had a little spat, I guess.
Isn't it true that Melvin Noble wanted to hire Gotti to be his manager? Objection, hearsay? She knows you.
He didn't want to hire Gotti to be his manager. He was going to switch his label. He told me that there was a possibility that he was going to switch his label.
And to your understanding, your personal knowledge, if he hired Gotti, he didn't need rainwater, right?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know. I'm not in the music business, so I don't know.
You don't remember being on a podcast saying rainwater, if he hired Gotti, he didn't need rainwater?
No.
No, you don't remember being on that podcast saying that on live from the track talk? I was the last girl with MO3? Or no, you don't know?
No, I don't remember saying it.
And you, in the past, referred to rainwater as a snake, right?
Correct.
And you referred to rainwater as an instigator, right?
Correct.
And you said that rainwater created controversy to promote sales, right?
Correct.
All right, and that was to promote the sales of Melvin Noble?
That was what he told me.
Okay. And when you say he told you that?
That's what Melvin told me. That was how they promoted their music.
Is that rainwater was promoted as controversy where people would like the music and buy the music, right?
Correct.
And you refer to rainwater as a hater, right?
I don't recall referring to him as a hater.
Okay. And there again on the live from the track off, I was the last girl with MO3 and I'm telling everything. You don't recall saying that rainwater.
It's Friday night. That ought to fire somebody up.
Maybe one day people will realize we're
And it's fair to say you don't like rainwater, do you?
I don't like his character.
Okay. And within 24 hours of Melvin Noble dying, you and Rainwater on the phone, right?
Yes.
So you knew Rainwater before Melvin Noble died, right?
No,
How did you get on the phone with Rainwater?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that Rainwater, there was a video that one of your neighbors had, is that right?
Correct.
And it was a video of your parking lot, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that Rainwater came to your apartment complex and tried to get that video?
That's what I heard. That's what he said.
Okay. Did you try to get that video as well?
I told the detectives that there
Yes.
was a camera.
Okay.
So I didn't try to get the video. I told them there was a camera in my neighbor's window.
And who is Youngster? And that's YOUNGSTA. Who is that?
I don't know.
You don't recall having a conversation on a podcast talking about Youngster?
Your Honor,
I don't know.
Your Honor, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
And you spoke with Rainwater right after Melvin Noble died, within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
All right, and who called who?
I believe I called him.
Okay. And how did you get his number?
I don't remember how I got Rainwater number. It probably was from someone on social. I think he had his page up on Instagram, and he had his number on Instagram, and that's how I got his number.
And you know from the conversation that MO3 had at your house that night that Rainwater knew where he was going, right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you don't like Rainwater?
I don't like his character.
Okay. And you testified,
Your Honor, I'm also going to object for relevance, as these are interviews that were done well after the murder in this case. And so I'm objecting also based off of relevance to anything that's done on the podcast.
it still goes to our president's impression and it's still relevant as to what she was thinking that day and what was going on.
Years after the offense for President impression, I'm going to object again to relevance.
This was regarding the first,
Yes, Your Honor.
what's the relevance of that?
That MO3 was making lyrics and antagonized Devin.
Devin didn't, oh, I'll wait.
He was in a rap song, Money Mile.
Okay, go ahead, your objection's overruled, go ahead.
Do you remember being on Ratchet TV?
I remember,
Okay. And do you remember discussing the song Money Maya?
yes.
Okay. And in fact, you've heard Money Maya before, is that right?
I've heard a little bit of it, but never heard the full song.
In fact, y'all, Money Maya is a girl that set up people.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what it say in the song, that's what I've heard, yeah.
Okay. And y'all even kind of joked about you being a Money Maya, right?
Who?
On Ratchet TV.
I never joked about nothing.
In that song, Melvin Noble talks about how he bought a purse and her baby daddy couldn't do it, right?
Pretty sure he bought a lot of girl purses.
Now, as it relates to you being in court today,
Yes.
You said you didn't want to be here, right?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that and you said, like, I don't give an F about this case?
Yes, it's very true.
Okay. And isn't it true that you said, and you just made a, and did you feel like, Melvin Noble talked a lot of mess and kept up a lot of mess in the city?
Yes.
And with that, he created a lot of enemies. Is that right?
He didn't have, the enemies that he had is the enemies that I know. I don't know any other enemies.
And you referred to Melvin Noble as not being a saint, right?
Correct.
In fact, you said he was not a MF saint, right?
Correct.
And you talked about his manager, Rainwater, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have great things to say about Rainwater, right?
Correct.
And you and his, well, how many baby mothers or mothers of children does he have?
I believe 3.
And at some point, you and one of his children's mothers were going back and forth. Is that right?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as it relates to, how long? And you just made a post not too long ago, a couple days ago, about this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that post was not in good standing with, really just told her that you just don't really want to be here, you don't give a damn, right?
I have been harassed and accused of setting up Melvin Nobles for 6 years. So yes, and also been harassed by one of his kids' mothers that went online saying that I set him up. So yeah, I did feel that way. I do feel that way. I don't like a picture of people painting me to set people up. I don't set people up. I'm not a Money Maya. I don't know who Money Maya is. That's not me. So yes, I made a post.
And then you mentioned Money Maya. Money Maya is about a girl setting up people to be killed.
Correct.
And it's setting up, in fact, baby daddies to be killed. Is that correct?
I guess.
Correct.
I don't know.
Well, let's talk about what you don't know, okay? You don't know what happened, personal knowledge, what happened after Melvin Noble left your house, right?
Correct.
And you don't know if anyone paid Keywan White to kill Melvin Noble, right?
No.
And you don't have any personal knowledge of who shot and killed Keywan, Melvin Noble, right?
Right.
And you never heard Keywan White threaten Momo?
I don't know Keywan White.
Okay. And you never heard Melvin Noble mention Keywan White, have you?
Correct.
And you talked about your relationship with, so it's fair to say you don't, after Melvin Noble left your house, you don't know anything after that, right?
Correct.
As it relates to his death. Is that right?
Correct.
Cut.
Thank God I'm starving. Can you recommend a good place to eat, honey?
Oh, absolutely. What are you in the mood for?
Right?
I don't know.
Did he give you any money that day?
I think he did, yeah.
How much money did he give you?
I don't recall.
And when he left your house, you didn't walk him to the door, did you?
I walked him to the door.
Okay, you didn't walk him outside, did you?
No.
Because you were still on the phone with Devin, right?
I don't think he was there when I was arguing with my kids. I think he had already left.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that you were on the phone with Devin Brown when Melvin Noble left?
No, I don't recall.
Yeah, may I have a minute?
Yes.
And just where we, and how many times have you met with the, prosecutors about this case?
Twice.
Twice?
Yes.
How many times have you talked on the phone with them?
Not many. I really haven't had any communication with them like that. I wasn't open to doing it.
And how many times did you meet with the detective or detectives on this case?
Not a lot. I didn't meet with them a lot.
You met with them at least twice, right?
Yeah,
You met with the prosecutors, you said twice,
correct,
and then talked on the phone with you, correct?
correct.
And what information did you review to, or did you review any information for your testimony today?
I reviewed my messages that was sent.
The text messages that the state has introduced?
Correct.
Go to my first witness.
You may.
And you mentioned the text messages. In State's Exhibit 1135. And the state brought out, this is after, Melvin Noble has been declared deceased on 11/11, right? And you're going back and forth with Devin Brown, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just gonna go through them again, because this is you in the blue, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And on November 12th, 2020, you say you really got folks thinking I got something to do with this. I hope they killed your bitch ass. And I'm just repeating what you said. For real, on my kids, right?
Yeah.
All right. And then on 11/12/2020 at 5:23, you called my son the day before and after asking for him, I hope they smoke your dirty ass, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he's not responding. He's not responding to you. Is that right?
He's not responding.
Okay. And on 11/12/2020 and 5:23, you're texting again. You can never see my kids again on God himself ever on my life. I don't forgive you. I hope they kill you. Right? Then on November 12th, 2020 at 5:50, sometime afterwards, you're texting, you did that for what? To fit in to be accepted by some niggas who don't care about you, that's messed up, right? Messed up,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And then 11/12/2020 at 5:57, you know better, you know you wrong, bro, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or wrong too. He's not responding to you, right?
Right.
11/12/2020 at 5:57, you said, hurt me for real, on my kids, you wrong, right?
Correct.
He didn't respond, right?
Right.
Okay. On 11/12/2020 at 6:35, you said you're so bitter and miserable,
Correct.
right? He didn't respond. Devin didn't respond, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then you write back 11/12/2020 at 6:35, my kids will never see you again,
Correct.
right? And he didn't respond either, right?
Right.
Then you write back at 11/12/2020 at 8:04, you wrong, bro, you so wrong, right? No response.
Yeah.
And then you write back on 11/12/2020 and say why, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And all these text messages, it says read, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that means he's getting them and he's reading them, right?
Yeah.
And he's not responding to you, right?
Correct.
And you contacting the police because Devin contacted your son a few times on November 10th and a few times on November 11th, said made you, you thought it was fishy, right?
I
Yes
asked
or
my
no?
son. I asked my son
Yes
if
or
he
no?
had called. So yes.
And you're the one going back and forth on November 12th and he never responds, right?
Correct.
And you're accusing him of something that he never admits to, right?
Correct.
I know you said you. And it's, and as it relates to money miner, you're saying you're not money miner, or it's not a money miner.
I'm not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
See?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Did Devin have guns?
Yes.
Now, defense brought up Trap Boy Freddy, but who else did MO3 have beef with?
Yella Beezy.
And you also said the enemies he had were the enemies I knew. Who were those enemies?
Yella Beezy and Trap Boy Freddy.
That's what it's on.
And he also had some dissension with Rainwater, right?
He didn't have beef with Rainwater.
Okay. And he had beef with Devin.
He didn't, no. They don't know each other. Devin's not in the beef.
Devin Brown is not a beef.
No.
They don't have to know.
They didn't have beef. That's the answer.
You agree with me? They don't personally have to know each other to have beef.
They didn't have beef. Devin is associates, friends or associates with Yella. But Melvin did not know Devin. They don't have beef.
Just answer my question. You're saying they don't have to know each other to have beef. Isn't that correct?
They didn't have beef.
MO3 posted a picture of your kids with his chains, and you're saying that he did not, and you have testified to this jury, he was trying to antagonize Devin, right?
From my knowledge, they did not have beef.
Okay, and when MO3 was over to your house, and your children wanted to have breakfast with their dad, you said no because MO3 was there, right?
I said no because it was around Wednesday and I hadn't been in contact with them for months.
And on a random Wednesday, you had MO3 at your house, locked up in your bedroom, right?
Yeah, I'm grown.
And your kids were left in another room, and the way they were communicating with you was through texting, right?
They still communicate with me that way to this day.
Yeah. And when you talk about these feuds that you don't know, you just said Yella Beezy and Trap Boy Freddy, right?
Correct.
All right, but there were other people, correct?
I only knew Yella Beezy and Trap Boy Freddy.
Do you recall telling someone that MO3, in fact, I think you may have told the prosecutor, that MO3 never had a problem with Yella Beezy?
No.
Oh. And
Cybercriminals are constantly attacking. They want your data. They want your identity.
okay. And you talked to several people, correct?
Correct.
And you said different things to different people, right?
Right.
And you told different versions of the story, right?
It's always been the same story.
Okay, you told different versions of who he had feuds with, right?
The feuds have always been with Trap Boy Freddy and Yella Beezy. It's never been a different story.
recall her, to recall her.
Thank you. You are free to step down now, but stay in touch with the state and the defense in case we decide not to recall you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And you are not to discuss your testimony with anybody. State, call your next witness.
State calls Vanessa Armenta.
Please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about you?
Yes.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Good morning still. Could you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Vanessa, last name's Armenta, Vanessa, Armenta.
And Ms. Armenta, I'm pronouncing that correctly, Armenta?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for being here so early today, and I appreciate you being patient with us. You're not really excited to be here, are you?
Tired.
You're tired? Okay. Would you mind, I know you're a little soft spoken, would you mind pulling that mic just a little bit towards you?
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Better.
Perfect. And I'm going to just start off with some simple questions just to kind of set the stage for the reason you're here. But where are you from originally? DFW, Dallas, Fort Worth?
From Dallas.
Okay. Your whole life, Dallas area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I know it's our tendencies when we answer questions to say mm-hmm or mm-hmm.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this fine court reporter has to have yes or no's.
Okay.
I want to take you back to November of 2020. Where were you living in November of 2020?
An apartment complex. I forgot the name of it.
Was that the Arroyo?
The Arroyo Apartments, yes.
And what was the location of the Arroyo Apartments, if you remember?
I don't remember the address, sorry.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, you and I have met, I believe, once.
Mm-hmm. Correct, yes.
And during our meeting, I showed you a couple of the exhibits that we might use during trial. State's Exhibit 612, a photo. State's Exhibit 613, which is a map, but it's a photo. State's Exhibit 615, which is a photo of a screen grab of a video.
Correct.
And 614, which you've reviewed as well, correct?
Correct.
And you had a chance to review these, and we've discussed as it relates to this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you think these would help the jury understand your testimony here talking about the questions I have?
Yes.
Okay. State would offer 612, 613, and 614, and 615 for all purposes.
All right, would you summarize what those photos are of?
Yes, Your Honor. 612 is a aerial map photo of the Arroyo Apartments from Google Maps. 613 is the Arroyo Apartments actual map for the apartment complex. 614 is a video from Ms. Armenta's apartment at the time. 615 is a screenshot of one of the videos from her apartment during that time.
May I just take this witness briefly on board, Ira?
You may.
Ma'am, I just want to ask you very specifically about the video that I think the prosecutor was asking you about. Do you recall that?
I recall the cameras I had in my apartment and the videos that they took from
Okay.
my apartment.
When did you review those videos?
I didn't review them. The detective came and kind of told me something happened. They needed the
Okay,
footage.
sorry. I just want to make sure that I'm being really clear. You have not reviewed the videos. Is that what
With,
you're saying?
Sorry.
With the prosecutor?
Correct.
When did you do that?
Probably about 2-3 months ago, 4 months ago, something around that.
Okay, and did you authenticate whatever it is that you saw on the video?
Yes.
You remembered all of that?
Mhm.
And then when you looked at still pictures of it, did you recognize the still pictures?
From my video, yes.
Okay, so did you work with them in creating the still pictures?
I kind of just provided the footage to them, whatever they needed.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
State, may proceed. Were you objecting, or you just wanted to?
I just wanted to get clarification on that. So I'm not going to object to 6, 15, 13, or 12. Then there's no objection to, I don't know,
614.
614.
All right, case exhibits 612 through 615 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, Ms. Armenta, the Arroyo Apartments, where is it located in Dallas?
It's right in between, I guess, Duncanville Road and Crocker Hill.
And what area of Dallas would you describe that as?
I would say Oak Cliff.
In 612, is that what we're looking at here is the apartment complex?
Correct.
The road that, going from right to left across the bottom of 612, what road is that right there?
Ledbetter.
Okay. And in the middle of the photo, I have it circled, but is that the apartment complex there?
Correct. That's the entrance to the apartments and the entire complex.
And if you could, I believe, on the screen to your left, could you notate, if you just draw in there, can you draw where your apartment was located? Okay. And so, as far as the entrance and exit into the apartment complex off of Ledbetter, can you explain to this jury, was that the only entrance and exit into the apartment complex?
Correct. One way in, one way out. That's what I liked about the complex.
Okay. And if you were heading, I guess, from right to left at the bottom of 612 on Ledbetter, it's this turn before, I guess, you get to the railroad tracks, is that fair?
Correct. It's a bridge that right before it.
Okay. And when you come in, is there a gate, or how do you get in once you get there?
There's no gates, just drive right through.
All right. Then I'm just going to add back where you mark your apartment. So when you pull into the apartment complex, how would you describe it? Is that kind of like a middle set, and then there's an exterior set of apartments?
Correct. There's the ones in the middle. I usually would drive in, make that first right, and then my apartments will be towards the right, by the woods.
Okay. And so you take a right off of Ledbetter, you come into the apartment complex, you can either go straight or you can take a right.
Correct.
But either way, it would loop back around to that entrance off of Ledbetter.
Correct.
Now, the visitor parking, say you had somebody wanting to come and stay, could you please mark for the jury where a visitor would park?
I believe it would be right in front of the office, so it would be around here.
Okay. And just for the record, there's if you come in off of Ledbetter, go past that first right, there's a kind of a lot there, is that fair?
Correct.
I'm just gonna zoom in so we can see it a little bit better. This lot right here,
Yes.
they're pretty strict about towing at the Arroyo.
Yeah, I'm the
Okay.
Arroyo Apartments.
Do you remember, or sorry, going back to your apartment, if I was coming to visit you and was gonna, be staying there for an extended period of time, I didn't want my car to get towed, is there any information that you might need to give the apartment complex as it related to my license plate or the vehicle I was driving?
It's pretty much your license plate, information on the vehicle that they're driving, if you're gonna be staying there for a long time. I never really had many visitors, it was always just me and my daughter.
Okay, and did you live there alone just with your daughter?
Correct.
Okay. But that would be the protocol if you were having visitors to make sure they didn't get towed?
Correct.
Now, your apartment itself, were you on the first floor or the second floor?
I was on the second floor.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 613, which I think is maybe a little bit, it's not as fun as the Google map, but does this also show kind of the entrance off of Ledbetter to where you can go right down to your apartment?
Correct, yes.
And then the second turn in, that would be the visitors parking?
Correct.
And then your apartment was in the set kind of in the middle of 613, furthest to the right.
Correct.
As far as trash pickup, is there like a special trash pickup, or did y'all have to take your trash to a dumpster or anything like that?
We would have to dump our own trash.
Okay, and when you went to, from your apartment, and you were located about here, where
Yes.
would you go to take your trash to dump it?
It's right in front of my complex, so it was right here.
Okay, was it across the parking
Oh.
lot though?
Sorry, yes, it was across the parking lot.
Objection over
It was in the parking lot, but across the street.
Correct, yes, sorry, the pictures throw me, that's one throw me off.
I know it's not a great picture, that's why I'm trying to help. Do you remember November 11th of 2020?
A little bit, yeah.
What do you remember
Somewhat.
about that? I mean, that's almost 6 years ago. Why do you remember that day?
Because I know an incident happened, and again, it was just me and my daughter, so I was kind of scared for our safety because of what had happened.
And when you say something had happened, you found out that a murder had happened.
Yes, when the detective came and told me that a murder took place, and it happened from the apartment complex, I was kind of scared.
Okay. Did you end up moving?
Yes, after an incident happened, I left.
Okay. And when the detectives came, did they ask you if you had any surveillance or photos that might be useful to help them in their investigation?
Introducing the 2-in-1 RC Track Truck Sandstorm. Big
My cameras were obviously by the window, and you can kind of visibly see them there. And he asked for the footage for that day.
Okay, and you provided it to him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a bunch of video.
Correct. Yeah, it goes on, it's censored, so anything that moves, anything, it will capture it.
Thank you. And so, you kind of jumped to what I was going to ask about next. It is motion censored.
Correct.
Were you able to provide them with all the video that you had at that time?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as your neighbors, did you know any of your neighbors that lived in the apartment complex?
I knew the couple across from me and then the one below me.
And is that Jocelyn Jackson that you knew?
Correct.
So this was, I believe it was, if we're looking at the calendar over there, a Wednesday in November. I don't want want to get into too much of your personal details, but was your daughter in school?
She was just starting daycare,
Okay.
so that day I believe she was in daycare.
Okay. But not in not school age?
No.
Were you at home during the day?
Yes.
And around noon, did you hear anything or notice anything take place?
I did hear commotion.
Okay, and what was that commotion?
It was Jocelyn rushing out of her apartment with her kids.
And as far as her rushing out of her apartments, did you hear her say anything, or her state, her emotional state?
Subject to the hearsay.
Your Honor, if I can respond, it would be her presence and impression of what she heard as far as an emotional state.
Lay the proper foundation.
Did you actually see Jocelyn leave the apartment complex?
The camera footage seen when she left, I just heard her yelling.
Okay. Did she sound upset?
Yes.
Okay. Could you make out even any of the words?
It was just a lot of cursing.
And seemed upset?
Correct.
I'm publishing video.mov, which comes from State's Exhibit 614. Did you know most of the vehicles that park in your apartment complex?
I was familiar with the ones that were for our unit.
In State's Exhibit 614, do you recognize the cars that are out here in this video?
I recognize the Mitsubishi and the black Chevy.
Okay. Do you recognize this black Camaro that was back then?
No.
Had you ever seen it before that day?
No.
Now, as we look at State's Exhibit 614, and I believe it's only, I'm going to press play just so we can watch it one time. And we see it picked up some movement from a cat. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So in 615, this is a screen grab from that camera, correct?
Yes.
And so we talked about the dumpster. You see that dumpster that you have to take your trash to?
Yes.
And where is that located in relation to your apartment?
Right across from where the other units are at, towards the left.
And can you describe how the black Camaro is parked in that spot that it's located?
It's parked reversed, facing towards our unit.
It's back in looking at your apartment?
Correct.
And at the bottom of 615, you have the first car, the second car, and then what's in between the second and the third car?
That is the walkway to walk either up the stairs or to our unit.
So right by where it says 615, that would be the walkway to either your apartment or Jocelyn's?
Correct.
And that black Camaro is looking directly at the walkway to your door or her door on the first floor?
Correct.
Have you ever seen that Camaro back in that spot or any of those spots either before or after the murder?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Yes, ma'am. Is it Armenta or Armenta?
Armenta.
Armenta, okay, I apologize. You said that you were familiar with all of the cars that would come and go from your apartment complex?
For our unit.
For your unit? Had you seen a Corvette there before?
No.
No, never?
It has to be a red one, now that you bring it up.
Okay, what about, a, like, tan Honda?
No.
Okay. When you were home that day, had you, seen, anybody leaving your apartment complex, that you didn't recognize?
No, I work nights around that time, so I wouldn't be.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You said you worked nights around that time?
Yeah, around that time I used to work nights.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming that that means that you kind of slept during the day?
Correct.
Okay. So, on November 10th, November 11th, were you kind of sleeping during the day?
That morning, yes, and then I had to wake up to take my kid to school.
Okay,
To
and then what
daycare.
time did you wake up to take the kid to school?
She has to be in by 8, so I dropped her off before then.
And then what time did you come back to your house?
Correct.
And then what time did you make it back?
She was right down the street, so within 15 minutes.
Okay, and then once you got back, what did you do?
Kind of just picked up.
You just what?
Picked up around the apartment.
Cleaned your house?
Correct.
Okay, and then did you take another nap or go back to sleep, or did you just stay up for the rest of the day until it's time to pick up your daughter?
Just stayed up. I had class. I do online classes at that time.
Okay, so on that day, did you observe, any kind of tan car leaving your apartment complex?
No, not that I've seen.
Did you observe any sort of black car leaving your apartment complex?
Not that I've seen.
Did you observe, you said that you didn't see anyone that you didn't recognize leaving your apartment complex?
Correct, no. But I wasn't vigilant.
Okay, and you weren't vigilant?
As far as like looking out the window that day or anything of that sort.
Okay, and that's because it was a normal day for you?
Correct.
You had no idea what was going on?
Correct.
And it wasn't until sometime later that police officers came and asked you about your video, is that right?
Correct.
Other than the police officers, who else asked you about the video?
That day or just in
At any
general?
time?
I know Jocelyn did write me and ask me for the videos.
Okay, so Jocelyn wrote you and asked you about the videos?
Correct.
Okay, anybody else?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, and it was to access them or get them or
Correct.
ask you to like download them for her?
To send them or to ask what could be viewed on the videos.
Okay, and at that time, did you look at the videos yourself?
At that point, I had kind of turned everything in, and I just didn't want nothing to do with it, so I didn't respond to anyone, or I didn't even want to look at what was going on.
So let me just be clear, it was the police had come to get the videos, and it was after that Jocelyn sent you a message?
Correct.
Okay. Trying to see what was on the videos?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know the father of Jocelyn's children?
No.
You don't know him?
No.
You hadn't seen him?
No.
Had you seen her kids get picked up by a man before?
I've heard like altercations before.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But never viewed.
Okay, so you said altercations before?
Correct.
Okay, but we who?
I'm assuming whomever, the kid's father, I guess.
Okay, was she with the kid's father?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, so was she dating anyone?
I don't know. I never knew her that way, only whenever it would be commotion or if my kid was just stomping too loud, she'd come up and...
Okay, so you don't know, if you heard commotion, you have no idea who it was between?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't know if it was between her and her father's...
Correct.
Her children's father, or her and anybody else?
Correct.
Okay, because you don't even know who that person is?
Correct.
Okay. And so once you turned everything in, you didn't have anything else to do with it?
Correct.
And you don't know anything about anything that occurred, other than something you may have been told after the fact?
Correct, and just what was on social media.
Okay. I'll pass the witness at this time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
No objections from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, it's right around noon, 11:58 let's take a 1 hour lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock.
All right.
of a lot of video that's on 6, 17, 18?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you've reviewed all this? Payload Offer States Exhibit 616 for record purposes only, 617 through 21 for all purposes. Correct.
Have a quick question to ask Mr. Atmosphere. Go ahead. No objection to 618, 619, 620, 621, and I guess this would be 617. I think there was one that was for record purposes, 616.
Is that the business record then?
Yeah, sure.
All right, State's Exhibit 616 is admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 617 through 621 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commissioner Public History.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Mathis-Pyle, again, there's a lot of video that comes from the Arroyo Apartments, but as far as, I'm just going to publish this jury just a small clip of the time span that we've watched, but you weren't a fact witness to this case. You weren't on the freeway when this murder happened. You weren't a witness in any shape or form, were you?
That is correct.
Okay. And for the record, that's at 13. The video that I'm playing starts at 13:04 and 5 seconds. Ms. Mathis-Pyle, is this Arroyo apartment located in Dallas off of Ledbetter?
I recognize the footage. I believe it is the same location, yes.
Okay. And so 618 that we have up here is just a still shot of what appears to be a gold or a tan car entering the Roy Apartments. It's just a small photo of it.
Yes.
And then that evening at about 6:48:02. You see a black car that's in 6:19, it's still shot in 6:19. Again, I'm just showing you a small photo of 6:19.
Yes.
And then moving into November 11th at 11:45 and 19 seconds. See a gold or tan car leave. And at 11:45:39, a black car also leaves. So in 620, we have a gold car leaving at 11:45:19. In 621, a black car leaving about 20 seconds after. I'm showing you just, again, two small pieces for the 620 and 621.
Yes.
Now again, you were not a fact witness on this case. You are not out on the highway, but we have met
Yes.
in December. And this is about the extent of what we've talked about. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
I'll pass it to Michelle.
Thank you. Ms. Mathis Piles?
Yes.
Okay. In the pictures and videos that you just saw, there's like a tan kind of car?
Uh-huh, yes.
What kind of car is it?
Oh, that's a great question.
You don't know?
I don't know cars, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what kind of car it is.
Okay. And then the black, there was a picture of like a black car, video of a black car. What kind of car is that? And if you don't know, I don't want you to guess. If you don't know, then just say.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how many of gold or black cars are in that apartment complex on any given day?
I do not.
Do you know who was inside of the gold car?
I do not.
Do you know who was inside of the black car?
I do not.
Do you know how many people were inside of either car?
I do not.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
State.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objections on the state.
None from the defense.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
State, call your next witness.
The state calls Luis Robles.
Good afternoon. You raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Technical performance with a tailored, fashion-forward finish.
Say may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Luis Robles, Luis Robles, R-O-B-L-E-S.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employee of a body shop.
What body shop is that?
It's a Texas Elite Collision.
Texas Elite Collision?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located?
It is South of Dallas, 3916 West Ledbetter Drive.
What do you do for Texas Elite Collision?
I'm the manager.
You're a manager?
Yes.
Okay. And were you at some point contacted for your video surveillance at Texas Elite Collision?
Yes.
And did you provide that to detectives?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Hi, Mr. Robles. Have you had an opportunity to review the records that you provided as well as video surveillance that you were able to access from your system?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also able to view a video that took a couple of those videos and put them together?
Yes.
As well as still shots?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 622, are these the videos that you provided?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 623, you reviewed, this was a disc that you reviewed?
Yes.
And it contains the same files that are listed on State's Exhibit 622?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 624, do you recognize your signature on this disc?
Yes.
And this disc is a combined video of those surveillances?
Yes.
And then 625, this is a photo from the videos, is that correct?
Yes.
And 626 is also just a photo from the videos?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State offers 622 for record purposes, 623, 624, 625, and 626 for all purposes.
go ahead and describe 623 through 626.
620 Yes, Your Honor. 623 is a disc that contains the records that Mr. Robles provided in 622. Six.
624, please continue to.
624 are combined videos from individual videos that Mr. Robles provided from 623.
Okay.
And then 625 and 626 are still photos from those videos.
Thank you.
Okay, so, let's see that. I'm gonna call out right. So we would just object to the 624. I think it's a video that was combined or compiled or created either by the state or by Mr. Robles, and not how the original clips were turned over to the state of Texas. So we would be just objecting to 624 as just being altered evidence. And then the other numbers we don't have an objection to.
Okay, thank you. All right, does the state have any comments?
Yes, Your Honor. For State's Exhibit 624, it just shows it's a combined of two of the surveillance videos that Mr. Robles was able to identify. He is able to identify both of those videos that are just combined, and it's just seamless as opposed to having to pay multiple videos.
Thank you. All right, State's Exhibit 622 is admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 623 through 626 are admitted for all purposes.
And Commissioner Postman?
You may.
Okay. On the screen, and there's a screen to your left if that's easier to see.
Okay.
We're looking at State's Exhibit 624, which are the combined videos of those surveillance that you provided. And that date on there, we see that that's November 11th of 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, the time on there says 12:48. Can you please explain that time?
It was actually 11:48 because my system was, it had an update on the time, on the timing zone change. So it was really 11:48.
So even though it says 12:48, it's actually 11:48.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
In State's Exhibit 625, we see that there is a gold colored car or a light colored car that drove by at 12:48:26, but really that's 11:48:26. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is just a smaller picture of that 625. Is that right?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 626, we see that at 12:49:03, but really that is 11:49:03, a black Camaro in the picture. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is just a smaller version of what we see here on State 626?
Yes.
And Mr. Robles, all you did for this trial was just to pull those videos, is that correct?
That's correct.
And review what you provided to the state?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Robles, when did you pull this video?
Well, I cannot recall exactly the day, but it was back in 2020.
In 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And before you were told, I think the prosecutor just told you what kind of cars they were. before she said that, did you know what kind of cars those were?
I know the cars. I work in the industry.
Okay. And this is just from outside of your shop?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's your shop located?
3916 West Ledbetter Drive.
You're on Ledbetter?
Yes, ma'am.
And then how far are you from the highway?
I'm probably, you mean the main highway or the Ledbetter Drive?
Main highway.
I probably, it's like 5 minutes from 67.
No, 35, sorry.
35. It's probably 4 or 5 miles away from the shop.
Okay, and it's your testimony that even though your security system that you pulled back in 2020 clearly says 1249, just in 626.
Correct.
You're saying, you're testifying that it's really, the time is wrong.
Correct.
Okay, and that's your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
No objection from the judge, sir.
Thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Courtney Lozano.
Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is, I'm sorry, let me flip this. My name is Courtney Lozano, COURTNEYLOZANO.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic manager with the Dallas Police Department.
Now, as a forensic manager, do you have to also be a police officer?
No, I am a civilian, so I went through education and training, and that's how I got hired at Dallas Police.
Can you please explain to the jury what that education and training is?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology, a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice, I have a Master's in Forensic Science, and I have a doctorate in Forensic Science. And then I have been through a training outside of Dallas. I worked at Orange County Sheriff's Office in Orlando, Florida. That's where I received my initial training, and then I was hired on at DPD approximately 7 years ago, and I received additional training. And then I have about 500 or so hours of external credits in different types of, I guess, disciplines in forensic science.
And how long altogether have you worked in forensic science?
I've been in the field for 10 years.
And you said that right now you're with Dallas, but prior to that you were in Florida?
Yes, that is correct.
And what are your duties as a forensic analyst?
So as a manager, I'm still certified as a senior crime scene analyst, so I can still do the functions of the job, but I'm currently responsible for overseeing the work product of all of my employees. So I respond out to the scenes, I oversee the scenes, and then if I need to assist, I can. But overall, I make sure that their work product adheres to our policies and procedures that we are with the Dallas Police Department.
How are crime scene analysts assigned to go to a particular place?
So we have our crime scene analyst staff. We are a 24-hour unit, so therefore we have somebody on duty at all times. When a call for service comes in, we usually will dispatch the next available unit. For this specific case, we had a unit actually come in and assist because there was already some calls holding that day. So our analyst came in. This call was the first one that was, I guess, dispatched due to the analyst coming in early.
Is it just usually one crime scene analyst that works, or can there be multiple working one scene at a time?
So our policy states that one analyst and at least a supervisor will respond to all critical incidences, which would include a homicide, officer-involved shooting. So for a scene like this, we would dispatch at least 2 people, and then sometimes depending on the scene size and the
Dad, what's with the parrot? It's to remind everyone that Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free.
This Labor Day, save up to $1,000 on Serta and Beauty Rest. Pay 0 interest for 36 months.
Free! Crimes.
And what do you, when you finally get to a scene, what's your first priority?
When we first get to the scene, we try to make contact with either a patrol officer or if a detective has already made scene. And our very, very first priority is to make sure that the scene is contained. So we want to make sure that everything that is there on scene, the integrity is maintained. So once we get there, we make sure that everything's kind of locked down, that there's no more personnel inside and out. Whatever happened prior to our arrival, that there is no more movement amongst that scene.
Can you explain to the jury the different types of scenes that crime scene analysts can go to?
So the scenes can really vary. We can have outdoor scenes, we can have indoor scenes. So an indoor scene is going to be a little bit more contained. It's going to be a little bit easier to shut the door, make sure that nobody opens and closes the door. Whereas an outdoor scene, depending on the different entry points, it's just going to kind of depend on the size of it and the overall location. So we can respond to businesses, we can respond to apartment complexes, neighborhoods, or we can also respond to major intersections and streets as well.
Earlier you said that your first priority is to make sure that the scene is secure. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then what do you do?
Once we make sure the scene is secure, we kind of just go through and observe what we have. We kind of just do walkthroughs. We try to figure out the extent of the scene, what is the immediate resources needed to process that scene, and if there's anything that really stands out that we need to preserve right away. Sometimes transient evidence is something that we need to contain. So we kind of just walk through and make sure that we identify all the priorities in that scene.
Can you explain what transient evidence is?
Transient evidence would be something that might be lost if it is not collected or preserved right away. So sometimes that could be gunshot residue, that could be a shoe print, especially if there's different type of weather conditions. We have to make sure that we preserve those items of evidence.
Are you the only one making a determination on what's important and what you should collect?
No, we usually collaborate with the case detectives. We can also collaborate amongst each other. Sometimes the case detectives get information throughout their investigation while we're on scene that might lead us to process certain areas or look at certain areas. But other than that, we're trained in making sure that we are thoroughly processing for what type of call we're being reported to. So if we are being called to a shooting, then we are looking for evidence that is associated with the shooting, etc., for stabbings or anything like that.
Once you determine that something is important or could be relevant, what do you do?
We are then going to start documenting it. So what we call is in situ. It means it's in place, it's as is. So we document everything without any type of manipulation. And then we will start adding evidence markers. We'll start marking, identifying what we are going to collect and what we deem as probative physical evidence. And then once we have done that, then that's when we will do our documentation and collection of those items.
Do you also maybe do diagrams as well?
We do. On certain types of scenes, we will diagram and take measurements. This is in case anybody ever needs to do any type of reconstruction or they need some type of relationship between items of evidence. So we will do it. It becomes a demonstrative for testimony or reference later.
And is there a certain way that crime scene analysts should take photos?
We do what we call overall mid-range close-up. So we are showing everything in context as an overall. Then when we do a mid-range, it's showing its relationship to a fixed point. And when we do close-up, it's that item only by itself. So it might have an evidence marker, but the point is to show you the details of that item.
And then once you take those photos, what do you do next?
Once we finish the photos, then we will go through the collection process. This is when we are actually seizing each item of evidence that has been identified, usually by a numerical identifier on the ground, what we also call like an evidence marker. So once we've collected those items, then we will kind of do like secondary, tertiary searches to make sure we've collected everything. And then we would usually begin any type of processing that might cause permanent damage or changes to the scene, such as like fingerprint processing, chemical processing, or anything like that.
And is it just one analyst that's doing this collection, or are you sometimes working as a team?
We're usually working as a team, especially for larger scenes. We usually request some of our lower level technicians to come in and help. And they're kind of just there to assist us. They're not responsible for any of the work product, but they're there to kind of like add an extra set of hands.
Once you start doing that collection, where does the evidence go?
Depending on what is required from the evidence, all the evidence returns back to the Dallas Police Department lab. and then we will either package the items and it will go to the next unit, or the items will be packaged and sent to the property room for storage.
And is that the extent of your involvement when you go out to a crime scene?
Yes,
And you don't do the firearm testing or DNA testing or anything like that, is that correct?
that is correct, I do not.
Were you called out to a shooting on a highway on November 11th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Now, was it just you, or were you all working as a team?
We was, my crime scene analyst at the time, Justin O'Donnell, had already responded, and I responded about 45 minutes after him.
Was it just the two of you?
We did have additional personnel once I made scene. I called for additional personnel when our next shift started, which was approximately at 2:30 p.m.
Can you explain if there were any challenges to going to a crime scene like this?
It was difficult to access the actual scene location. The highway was shut down. They only had one entry point, so we had to go pretty far south to be able to hit the northbound ramp to come up. There was also quite a bit of car traffic, so for crime scene, we usually try to get as far up as we can in the crime scene, especially if we're going to be in and out of our vehicle. So navigating that type of traffic on the highway was a little difficult.
And what about collecting any evidence that was there?
The evidence was pretty far spread out, so we had to make sure we did a thorough job in searching, collecting, and identifying everything that we had. We had to move vehicles as well to make sure that if there was any items underneath the vehicles, that we had done a thorough search underneath each of those as well.
Is it hard to process scenes when you've got cars driving through or have previously driven through those scenes?
It can be difficult. It can manipulate the evidence. It can either change the physical aspect of it, such as it being crushed, or it can also spread them out. So they can bounce, they can kind of move around a little bit, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to identify the exact locations of everything.
And so maybe where a piece of evidence was, if a car drove through or someone ran by, that evidence could potentially move. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
You want to approach? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 57 through 258. And we've met before and you've reviewed these photos?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember that this is the way that the scene was on the day that you responded out on November 11th of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you please take a moment just to review these photos and make sure that you recognize everything that's in these photos? And then take You recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And in one of those photos, did you create a diagram of this scene?
Yes, I did.
Of how the cars were on the highway?
Yes, it was the cars and then the items of evidence that we collected.
Your Honor, at this time, State offered State's Exhibits 57 through 258 for all purposes have previously been tendered to the defense counsel.
Any objections by the defense?
No objection other than, that there's obviously pictures that are, far away, close up of the exact same thing.
The objections overruled. Cases exhibits 57 through 258 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Honor. And Ms. Lozano, you did we talked about you did a diagram of the scene?
Yes, I did.
And State's Exhibits 57A, this is just a larger version of that diagram that you did, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, State offers State's Exhibit 57A for demonstrative purposes.
All right, what's the smaller diagram? What exhibit is that?
57.
57, oh, all right.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 57A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Lozano, you talked about how, first make sure the scene is clear, and then you start looking for important things, and then start.
I'll be honest with you, I have tried every supplement, whether it's powders, other gummies. It all tasted like Create is the only thing that stuck. I have to stop myself from drinking 10 a day. It hydrates the cells so that you can create more ATP, and more ATP means better energy, better recovery, better brain. You're just better, okay?
Looking at State's Exhibit 46, and there's a screen to your left, if that's easier as well. This is just that overview of the scene that you responded to that day.
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 58, what do we see here?
That is a photo identifier that analyst O'Donnell took, and that's just identifying that is his name and initials, the initial response location he responded to, and the date of his response.
And is this how crime scene analysts typically memorialize how they find or where they find certain pieces of evidence?
Yes, it's to identify the scene that they're responding to. Normal pretense is that they would be taking a new photograph for each time they go to a new location.
We see that this is case number 201916-2020, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the case number, say if there's additional follow-up, everything for that follow-up, would it always go to that particular case number?
We usually try to keep everything under the same case number. Sometimes detectives will pull separate case numbers if there's new response locations, but we usually will try to cross-reference the original one if that is the one that we are identifying the work under.
Case Exhibit 59, is this just a view of the scene that day?
Yes, this is the southernmost part of the scene, and this is looking northbound.
State's Exhibit 60, just a closer view of that.
This is them walking northbound along the highway, the overalls.
State's Exhibit 61,
The overalls walking northbound.
State's Exhibit 62,
Still the overalls northbound.
63, same thing,
Yes,
64, same thing,
yes,
65, continuing walking northbound,
yes.
66,
Still northbound.
State's Exhibit 68,
This is now the furthest northbound, looking back southbound.
State's Exhibit 69,
And this is walking southbound,
State's Exhibit 70,
continuing southbound.
71, are you continuing southbound?
Yes,
72, continuing southbound?
yes.
State's Exhibit 73,
It's continuing southbound.
State's Exhibit 74,
It's still southbound.
and State's Exhibit 75.
That is looking northbound.
State's Exhibit 76,
This is going northbound.
and State's Exhibit 77, is that just a closer up?
This is now identifying the vehicles that remained on scene upon our arrival.
State's Exhibit 78,
These are the overalls of the truck that was still on scene.
State's Exhibit 79,
That is the front end of that pickup truck.
State's Exhibit 80,
And this is showing the overall location of the doors, so if they were open or closed.
6781.
And this is showing the passenger side of that truck.
6782.
This is going to document the Nissan Pathfinder,
6783.
and that's the front end of the Pathfinder.
And we can see that there are people that are still in that truck.
Yes, they were.
6784.
And this is documenting the doors on the driver's side.
6785.
And then this is the Allegiant Mobile Health Vehicle,
86.
and that is the front end of that vehicle.
87.
And this is starting to document the evidence markers that were placed after the initial walkthrough.
Now, is there a particular order that you place markers?
We usually try to do them consecutively. Sometimes items of evidence are identified out of order if evidence markers are already laid down. In a scene such as this one, it's pretty hard to identify every fired cartridge case or item on the ground. So sometimes the items are found as you're placing evidence markers, and so the evidence markers might be a little out of order.
6788.
That is the close-up of item number 1.
And what do we see there?
That is going to be a part of a fired bullet. This is an overall of the evidence markers, and this is after we removed some of the vehicles to be able to show the relationship without the vehicles in the obstructed view.
6790.
This is just walking overalls.
91.
Continuing northbound of those overalls.
92.
The overalls are continuing.
6793.
These are still overalls.
6794.
These are overalls going northbound still.
On 6795, we also see some red or some orange markings. What is that?
That is the spray paint that identified where those vehicles were located when we got on scene. So you have 4 corners, so that's each of the tires, and then we spray painted the license plate behind so that we can continue to diagram those in without the vehicle being present.
6796.
This is walking northbound.
97.
That's showing the evidence markers that they're along the edge of the guardian rail.
As far as conditions of a road, could that matter with fire cartridge casings?
They can. The surface in which any type of evidence encounters can kind of alter the evidence a little bit. So a harder surface can cause items to move a little bit. A softer surface might kind of absorb the item when it lands. So working on a roadway, we do have to account for items kind of bouncing or moving.
6798.
That is going northbound with the overalls.
99.
And that's continuing northbound.
6700.
That's still going northbound.
101.
Northbound.
102.
Northbound.
103.
That is the farthest northbound, and now we're looking southbound back at the evidence markers we just marked.
6714.
And that's going southbound.
105, 106, 107. Is that continuing southbound?
Yes.
108.
That is just kind of a side view of the overall evidence markers from a different angle.
109.
Same thing, we're kind of looking, that's towards the west, looking at the items.
110.
And the same thing, looking at the west.
67 111.
This is a mid-range of the evidence marker for 2.
67 112. What do we see here?
That would be a close-up of the fired cartridge case identified at marker 2.
67 113.
And these will continue the mid-range photos for each items of evidence.
67 114. We see marker 3.
Yes, that's a close-up for marker 3.
67 115.
And that's a close-up for marker 4.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Power through.
Raise your hand if you, want to power through. Okay, everyone's hands are on. Let's move on.
For the most part, the rest of these are just close-ups of the evidence that you collected, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, can I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay, Ms. Lozano, I am showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 259 through 308. Do you recognize these bags?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the bags that contain each item of evidence that was collected from the scene. So these contain either the fired cartridge cases or the fired projectiles or fired bullets.
And States Exhibits 852, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a fragment that was recovered from one of the vehicles on scene.
And do you think this would help aid the jury?
Fragment of what?
It is a projectile fragment.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think this will help aid the jury to figure out which evidence was collected and exactly where you found that at the scene that day?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, State offers States Exhibit 259 through 308 and 852 for all purposes.
Any objections?
I'm so sorry. No objection.
All right. States Exhibits 259 through 308 and States Exhibit 852 are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Post, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you mind stepping down? What we're going to do is just going to walk through the pieces of evidence and collect it, and then where you collected it from.
Okay.
With insights from Quest, you're empowered to adapt and thrive at every stage of life. The Quest Elite Health Profile is informed by more than 85 health markers that reveal how your body is working right now.
The initials of the individual who seals it, their initials and badge, is the one that will be over the blue evidence tape.
Okay. And then do you also do any other numbers on here?
There can be, so this one has like a numerical identifier that will match the evidence marker that was utilized on the scene.
So States Exhibit 259 is marked as 1. Can you please show the jury where that is on the map?
1 is going to be down here at the southernmost location of the scene.
And it's kind of hard to see because it's in the bag, but do you recall what that was?
This was a fired bullet fragment.
States Exhibit 260, it has a number 2 on the bag. Can you please point where that was located?
2 is going to be over here. It's still in the roadway, but up against the guardrail.
And we see that it looks quite different than States Exhibit 259.
Yes, it does.
And are you familiar with cartridge casings or fire cartridge casings or bullets?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you explain to the jury why this may look a little bit different than States Exhibit 1?
So a fired cartridge case is what gets extracted or ejected out of a firearm through the side port or the ejection port, whereas a fired bullet is actually coming out the barrel or the end of a firearm. So they're separating from each other. The projectile is what's going to travel forward, whereas the fired cartridge case is going to either eject to the left or the right.
States Exhibit 261, this came from marker number 3. Can you please show the jury where that was located?
It's going to be right next to marker 2.
State's Exhibit 262 came from marker number 4. Can you show where that's located?
And that is going to be right here next to 3.
State's Exhibit 263 came from marker number 5.
And it's going to be just north of the previous 3.
State's Exhibit 264 came from marker number 6.
And that is going to be right next to marker number 5.
State's Exhibit 265 came from marker number 7.
And it's going to be just a little east of the other evidence markers, but still in that general vicinity.
State's Exhibit 266 came from marker number 8.
And that's going to be just east of marker number 7.
State's Exhibit 267 came from marker number 9.
And that is going to be right in the vicinity of marker 8.
State's Exhibit 268 came from marker number 10.
And that's going to be right there in the same vicinity as 8 and 9.
State's Exhibit 269 came from marker number 11.
It's going to be a little bit west along the guard rail on the side.
And these are all fire cartridge casings, is that right?
Yes, so far, besides item number 1.
Besides item number 1. State's Exhibit 270 came from marker number 12.
And that's going to be right here, just north of marker 11.
State's Exhibit 271 came from marker 13.
And be right here, just to the east of marker 12.
State's Exhibit 272 came from marker number 14.
And then it's right there next to 13.
State's Exhibit 273 came from marker 15A.
And that's going to be here to the west, or to the east, a little bit closer to markers 9 and 10.
State's Exhibit 274 came from marker 17.
That's going to be right here next to marker 15.
State's Exhibit 275 came from marker 18.
And it's going to be northwest of marker 16, or 15, 17.
State's Exhibit 272 came from marker 19.
And that's going to be right here next to marker 18.
277 from marker 21.
That's going to be further north, still going northbound.
State's Exhibit 278 from marker 22.
It's going to be right next to marker 21.
State's Exhibit 279 from marker 23.
And that is also right there next to marker 21 and 22.
State's Exhibit 280 from marker 24.
This is going to be just a little east, northeast, located here in the center lanes.
State's Exhibit 281 from marker 25.
And then that is going to be right there next to marker 24.
Now this looks a little bit different than what we've been seeing. Can you describe what this is?
This is going to be a bullet fragment as well.
State's Exhibit 282 from marker 26.
Okay. 26 is going to be north of the previous markers.
State's Exhibit 283 from marker 27.
It's going to be going a little bit northwest of marker number 26.
State's Exhibit 284 from marker 28.
Okay, it's going to be right next to marker 27.
State's Exhibit 285 is from marker 29.
It's going to be further north.
And can you explain what is 282?
This is also a bullet fragment.
State's Exhibit 287 is from marker 30.
Okay. We're going to be going northwest, again, still in the roadway, but a little bit off to the side.
State's Exhibit 288 from marker 31.
That's going to be right next to marker 30.
State's Exhibit 289 from marker 32.
It's going to be just slightly north of 31.
State's Exhibit 29 is from marker 33.
We're going northbound still along that edge next to the guardrails.
State's Exhibit 291 is from marker 34.
34 is going to be just east of 33.
State's Exhibit 292 from marker 35.
And that's going to be just west of 34.
State's Exhibit 293 from marker 36.
We're going northeast, and it's going to be north of 34.
State's Exhibit 294 from marker 37.
37 is going to be the north of, right above, I guess, north of the last vehicle that we had in our scene.
State's Exhibit 295 from marker 38.
And 38 is going to be right there next to 37.
State's Exhibit 296 from marker 39.
39 is going to be northwest, and it's going to be up near the edge of the lanes.
State's Exhibit 297 from marker 40.
40 is going to also be north of 39 on the west side.
State's Exhibit 298 from marker 41.
Oh, here we go, 41, here we go. Thank you. We're going to be further south along the concrete barrier here.
State's Exhibit 299 from marker 42.
Okay, 42 is going to be back up north near marker 40.
State's Exhibit 300 from marker 43.
43 is going to be north right next to 42.
State's Exhibit 301 from marker 44.
That's going to be north next to the 42 and 43.
State's Exhibit 302 from marker 45.
45 will also be north near marker 44.
State's Exhibit 303 from marker 46.
46 will be just east of marker 45.
State's Exhibit 304 from marker 47.
That's going to be just north of marker 45.
State's Exhibit 305 from marker 48.
48 is going to be south and near the very first vehicle that we documented.
And can you tell us what that is?
48 is a bullet fragment.
State's Exhibit 306 from marker 49.
49 is going to be closer down here near 48.
And this one is a little bit different than what we've previously seen. This one is a bit deformed, a little bit different than what the other casings that we've seen.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 307 from marker 50.
50 is actually going to be over here in the construction area, so this was on the other side of the concrete barrier.
So some of the evidence ended up going on the opposite side of the freeway.
So this center area was construction, so it wasn't oncoming traffic. So two of the items ended up in the construction area.
State's Exhibit 308 from marker 51.
And 51 was north of 50, still in that construction zone area.
And lastly, we had State's Exhibit 852. Where did you find this?
852 was collected from the vehicle, the Audi, that was processed on scene that had sustained a possible bullet hole through the front windshield, and the projectile fragment was recovered from the rear driver floorboard.
Looking at State's Exhibit 174, what do we see here?
That is a side view, the driver's side of the Honda that was located on scene.
Do you know who the owner of this car was?
We were advised that the complainant was located in the vehicle, but I did not confirm the owner of the registered vehicle.
State's Exhibit 175?
That is the front view of the complainant's vehicle.
State's Exhibit 176?
That is the passenger side of the complainant's vehicle.
And 177?
And that is the rear of the complainant's vehicle.
State's Exhibit 178?
This is documenting the doors position, so open or closed.
179,
And then the same thing for the passenger side.
180,
And again, for both sides.
182,
That is the license plate,
183,
and then the VIN.
184,
This is documenting that the front driver tire was flat.
In a city like Los Angeles, every moment is waiting to be captured. For some, it's about creating something perfect, building the shot, shaping the light, and chasing a vision. For others, it's about staying in the moment, capturing life as it happens, wherever it may take them. And for some, it's simply about holding on to it all. Rent what you need, upgrade your kit, or grab gear the moment you land. However you see the world, you'll find what you need here. Sammy's Camera, trusted by creators since 1976.
191,
That is showing the inside of the front passenger compartment.
192.
And then this is now documenting each of those impact marks or possible bullet holes.
Did we see that in 193 as well,
Yes, those are scales to identify the ones that were documented.
as well as 194?
Yes,
195, is this a closer view of one of those markers?
yes it is.
196,
That's a close-up of the marker B.
197,
That is a close-up of the impact mark at C,
198,
and that is a close-up of the impact mark at D,
199,
and that is a close-up, looks like, of the possible hole at F.
and E.
And E, yes.
6 exhibit 200,
That is the impact mark of G, which is on that front driver tire.
and 201 is a closer view of that.
Yes, it is.
And 202, what do we see sticking out of those holes?
Those are dowel rods or trajectory rods.
And then we'll just look at those photos from State's Exhibit 203 to 205, just showing the same thing, just different angles.
Yes.
206 to 207 and, are just scenes, photos from the scenes, but 208, what do we see here?
That looks like, I believe that's one of the bullet fragments that were collected.
And then 213, is this on the other side of that construction that you were talking about earlier, where 50 and 51 were found?
Yes, it is.
So you said that 14 and 15 are just closer views of that?
Yes, they are.
And State's Exhibit 218, that's marker 51?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 270, what do we see here?
That is the rear of the Kroger semi-truck that was located on scene.
State's Exhibit 221 and 222, were just other views of that truck?
Yes, that is.
And 223 and 224, just views of that truck, and 225?
Yes.
And so at this point, what are you doing?
During the Kroger truck, we knew it was leaking an unknown fluid from underneath, so we were trying to see if we could identify any type of damage to the vehicle, such as a bullet hole. We were unable to locate any type of hole through the grill or even a ricochet mark off the ground, so it was just documenting that there was no visible damage to it, but it was leaking the fluid.
State's Exhibit 230, is this that Audi that you also processed?
Yes, it is.
231, are you just doing that overall pictures that you talked about before?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 237, what do we see here?
That is a possible bullet hole that's located in the front windshield of the Audi.
238 is a closer view of that?
Yes.
And you were able to get a consent from Dr. Graham to search his car, is that correct?
Yes, it was provided from the detectives on scene prior to me entering his vehicle.
240 is just that driver's door open?
Yes.
241, a closer view of that?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 243, what do we see here?
That is a possible bullet hole through the visor on the driver's side.
And then State's Exhibits 245 through 247, is that just the inside of this car?
Yes.
And
State's Exhibit 49 and 58, you ended up putting the marker there,
Yes,
and that's marker A.
yes,
And 251 is just that side view from the inside of the car, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
252,
Those are just close-ups of those two scaled holes.
State's Exhibit 255, what do we see here?
That is the rear driver floorboard. It's the mat area.
A little bit closer, what do we see?
It is a piece of projectile fragment or bullet fragment.
And 257, that's just that in your hand?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 258, what do we see here?
That is a photo placard that I took prior to photographing each of those vehicles.
And again, we see that case number 201196-2020.
Yes.
What were the total amount of fire cartridge casings that you collected at the scene that day?
There were 44 total collected.
I'll pass the witness.
Defense? Yes, and is it detected? No.
No, you can just, Ms. Lozano.
Mrs. Lozano, yes, ma'am. And so you respond to scenes, that's part of what your responsibilities are.
Yes,
You are collecting evidence that you think could be important or could be relevant.
yes,
In this particular situation, you were just told that there was a shooting, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And therefore, you're looking for fire cartridge casings and things like that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't have information about the parties involved.
No, I do not.
You don't know how any of the information fits together,
No,
if it fits together, right?
that is correct.
Any of the, you don't know anything other than you're out there and you're collecting evidence that might be important.
That is correct.
Okay. You don't know if there was one gun or multiple guns. You don't know that.
No, I do not.
You don't know, was there anything out of the gold Honda, was there anything collected or photographed while you were at the scene?
Not while I was at the scene. The vehicle was towed and processed at a later time.
And so you just documented the outside of it?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, were you involved in documenting the vehicle at a later time?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so you arrived on scene at what time?
Approximately 13:44 or 1:44 p.m.
Okay. And then you said your partner was already there. What time did they get there?
They got there right before 1, approximately 12:57-ish, right around there.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the time that this allegation took place?
I was not made aware of the initial call itself. We only get a dispatch call from crime scene, which is going to be after the initial first responders.
Okay. What time was your dispatch call?
The initial call that crime scene analyst Justin O'Donnell was approximately around 12:30, 12:35 is when he was dispatched. So he made it there about 20 minutes or so after his dispatch.
Okay. And then, do you know whether or not, I know that at the point that you got there, obviously everything had to be blocked off. The traffic couldn't go through the scene anymore. Is that right?
That is correct.
Prior to you or your partner arriving, were there still cars driving through the scene?
I would not be able to attest to that. I'm not sure what happened before I got there.
Okay. And then what, your partner was, arrived before you did, so do you know whether or not your partner made sure that the scene was no longer being walked through or driven through?
That is part of our process. Whether he did, I cannot attest to it, but that is part of our process to make sure that there's no more movement within inside the scene.
Okay, and is there a log that you are responsible for keeping, or your partner or other law enforcement, about who's coming in and out of the scene?
There was no log created. We just usually log badge numbers that identify who we made contact with and who we visually saw inside the scene, and that's usually the log that we keep.
Okay, so you didn't, it's really who you guys would have come into contact with or seen with your own eyes at the scene?
Yes, that is correct.
You don't know whether or not before you arrived anything was removed from the scene?
That is correct. We would not know that unless it was directly relayed to us, or if we needed to process it and it was transferred back to us. But other than that, we usually are not told what type of manipulation occurs before we get there.
And so when, at some point you understood that cars were driving through the scene before it was secured?
I would assume so based on the traffic, but I cannot say for sure that I know that that happened.
Okay, and if that happens, you can't control the way that things that are on the ground are moved or dragged or rolled over or anything like that?
That is correct.
So the only thing that you can do is when you get there that you'll document where things are at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
But that may not be exactly where things were, you know, even an hour earlier or before you arrived.
That is possible.
And again, you're not given information about whatever law enforcement has identified as people potentially involved or cars potentially involved or anything like that. That's not part of your role.
Sometimes we receive the complainant's name if they are transported off the scene, but that would be the extent of the information received.
Okay. And there were, I think you took photographs of sort of fired cartridge casings that were on the other side of the freeway, is that right?
They were in the construction zone, which was just adjacent to the roadway that we were walking and driving.
Okay, so in the construction zone, which is where people were not driving?
That is correct.
It was blocked off?
Yes, it was.
And you don't know how those got there?
No, I do not.
Okay. And beyond taking pictures, that as it relates to any allegation about anything that occurred on November 11th, that's the extent of your involvement?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so you're not, again, no names were provided to you, or theories or ideas, is that right?
That is correct.
I'll pass the link for this time.
State,
No further from the state, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
We can, she doesn't need to stay in the building, but we'll ask that she be subject to recall.
Okay.
Okay, what's your name, sweetheart? I forgot.
You can just call me ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Yep, that's me.
Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like to take that break now? Yes? Okay, let's do that. Let's come back at, I'm sorry, 2:30. All right.
Cringe every time.